Chapter 851. Led by Lu Jinggu, Yin Zhaoge's group quickly traversed the eastern Vast Heaven Territory, returning to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Lu Jinggu went straight to Golden Court Mountain. Since he had come to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, he might as well meet the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be deep in thought. Feng Yunsheng said, "It looks like when we met the southeastern Exalt back then, his unspoken words were not just about you cultivating in the immortal ending sword manual. It might also be related to Senior Shui. Perhaps he had already seen some clues from your appearance back then, just that he could not be sure and could not directly ask you." Hearing her words, Yin Zhaoge nodded slowly. That is not impossible. Still, the southeastern Exalt seems to be turning a blind eye to this matter, unlike the eastern Exalt. As Lu Jinggu met with Chao Jie, Yin Zhaoge's group stopped at Golden Court Mountain once more. Mu Jun had already set off for the Royal Reed Sea once more. In the year that Yin Zhaoge had been away, the Royal Reed Sea, where the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory intersected, had still been surging with undercurrents. The main problem was not within the Royal Reed Sea and the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Instead, it was that the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had always been unstable. The two sides had always been in conflict over Tang Yonghao's Phoenix Bone. As the front line of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, besides Lin Hanhua, who had been sitting over there, Mu Jun had also hurried over. Apart from that, other peak experts of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory had also hurried over on the orders of the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie. Still, Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang had remained at Golden Court Mountain. Having lingered here previously, Yin Zhaoge had long since become familiar with the people here. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge did not have to worry about a lack of information channels now. "Little friend Yin, you and your father really cannot be judged by common sense. I was still saying earlier that your father was truly miraculous, actually lighting up Starfire within a short period of time and advancing further, attaining the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. Never would I have thought that you would not lose out, as you have already perfectly merged your body, avatar, and soul, attaining the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming shook his head as he sighed in admiration. "How long has it been since you became a Martial Saint?" Beside him, Chen Zhiliang similarly had a look of disbelief on his face. "I personally saw your father break through 2 stages consecutively, advancing from the 2nd level of the Martial Saint realm to the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, breaking through space to see true divinity and ascending to the world beyond worlds. Still, never would I have thought that he would actually advance to the next level in such a short period of time. And little friend Yin, you are even more inconceivable. How old are you now?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I had some fortuitous encounters. I made a fool of myself in front of you." It was naturally a good thing that his father had advanced into the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, his strength rising once more. Yin Zhaoge did not find it strange that Yin Di had improved so much. Yin Di's cultivation was like his saber, forging ahead with an indomitable will. The fiercer and faster he walked, the smoother it would be. If he stopped to stabilize himself, it might be harmful. Generally speaking, the higher the realm, the harder it would be to break through, and the more time and energy it would take to advance. In the 10th level of the Martial Saint realm, it was normal for many experts to remain at a certain cultivation level for decades, or even centuries at a time. However, while this logic was applicable to others, it was not applicable to Yin Di. It was just that this was not without its drawbacks. If one unceasingly ascended 100,000 feet high peak and walked too fast, as soon as they stopped, they might very well fall straight down. Yin Di's footsteps were to unceasingly break through brambles and thorns, forcibly breaking through one bottleneck after another. If there was a bottleneck that he was unable to break through for a long time, while it might just be a halt for others, it might be a huge blow to Yin Di's head. The later this bottleneck arrived and the higher one's cultivation base, the more dangerous it would be. It might even directly consign one to eternal damnation. The heavenly Tao was constant. There were gains and losses. Behind the limitless glory, there would always be difficulties that outsiders could not see. It was like how Yin Zhaoge had chosen to simultaneously cultivate in the three purities. Behind the glory was a difficulty that far surpassed others. The reason he had been able to advance triumphantly all this time was because his accumulation, resources, knowledge, and experience similarly far surpassed others. Under the same conditions, if Yin Zhaoge walked the same path as most people, his cultivation base would rise even faster than it was now. Meanwhile, the path that Yin Di walked was the most suitable path for him. Yin Zhaoge often thought that perhaps this was a path that only Yin Di could walk. If it was anyone else, they would probably have long since fallen from the clouds. Yin Di was exceptionally talented in the Tao of martial arts, shocking the heavens beneath the heavens. This might be his most unique aspect. Yin Zhaoge was even more interested in the fact that Yin Di's current situation did not seem to be a coincidence. It was just that all of this was like looking at flowers through a fog, as he was still unable to see through it all too clearly. It was also precisely because of this that Yin Zhaoge felt even more curious. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang naturally did not know what Yin Zhaoge was thinking. They just felt rather amazed at the rapid improvement of the cultivation bases of the Yin family father and son. Right, little friend Yin, there's still one more thing. Chen Jiang's expression turned somewhat solemn. The Grand Xian dynasty has sent reinforcements over in the Royal Reed Sea. Actually, to the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Men Island, and the other powers who had always been operating in the Royal Reed Sea. The other party could not be considered newcomer. On the contrary, they were extremely familiar with him. It was just that having not seen him for some time, everyone had thought that he had long since died of this world. The Grand Xian dynasty's second monarch, King Xuanqing. It would still be fine if it was just that. However, King Xuanqing, who had been an early immortal bridge martial saint that year, had already reached the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge martial saint realm. This was already a headache for Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Gong Sunwu of Copper Men Island. The founding monarch of the Grand Xian dynasty that year, King Xianwen, had presided over the Royal Reed Sea as an 8th level martial saint, conquering the lands of the Grand Xian dynasty alongside Shen Lingzi and Daoist Shi. While King Xuanqing had been inferior to his father in the past, he was clearly no longer the same now. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised that the Grand Xian dynasty had sent powerful reinforcements into the Royal Reed Sea. It was just that he was rather taken aback by the candidates. Shen Lingzi and Daoist Shi have not appeared. Unlike King Xianwen, who was already confirmed to be dead, Shen Lingzi and Daoist Shi had been missing from the Royal Reed Sea for many years like King Xuanqing. Still, their fates were actually uncertain. Zheng Ming said, currently not. Golden Court Mountain knew that King Xuanqing had entered the Royal Reed Sea. After entering the Royal Reed Sea, this monarch had not done anything else, as he had only stabilized the situation of the Grand Xian dynasty once more before going into seclusion. Those who understood the situation would all know that his current focus was on the heaven-bearing Fek formation. It was precisely because of this that Golden Court Mountain had allowed him to return to the Royal Reed Sea. Still, as time passed, when Kong Ping and the others had emerged from the depths of the clear scenic region, the Grand Xian dynasty should be making further moves as they had sufficient manpower. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang. After meeting the Southeastern Exalt later, this Yin will first return to the Royal Reed Sea. Take care, the two of you. Chapter 852. After meeting the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie, the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu took his leave, returning to the Northeastern Sky Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge and the others then met that human Exalt who controlled the Southeast once more. Chao Jie's first words were very straightforward. You have been to a world ruled by Buddhism. Still, you must remember not to spread it. Yin Zhaoge nodded, I understand. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge, Chao Jie suddenly said after a long time, I know about your mother. Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the Southeastern Exalt before him. Hearing him continue, I do not know what exactly the dim radiant emperor left behind. Still, if there really is something, it might not be a blessing in disguise. You should know this. Yin Zhaoge was not surprised that the other party had guessed that he had gained something from the dim radiant mausoleum. The dim darkness sect had nearly been exterminated by the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, and the radiant light sect had been crushed by the Grand Qian dynasty, directly shattering their sun-moon peak. Even if these two sects had obtained some treasures from the dim radiant mausoleum, their gains would clearly be limited. Knowing that Yin Zhaoge had also entered the dim radiant mausoleum before, guessing that he might have gained something great was also very normal. The dim darkness sect reported it. Yin Zhaoge pondered. The dim darkness sect only knew of the existence of the dim radiant lamp, not having seen the dim radiant wheel before. Therefore, they could not be certain whether it was Yin Zhaoge who had profited greatly from the mausoleum or whether he had gained nothing like them in the radiant light sect. Of course, the dim darkness sect, who had similarly been paying attention to the great battle of the radiant light sect in the spirit inheritance region, were also curious as to why the dim radiant lamp had not been seen. Looking calmly at Chao Jie, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Senior's words make sense. Chao Jie did not dwell on this topic as he continued. Besides the central June Heaven territory, where Kunlun Mountain is, the eastern Vast Heaven territory, the northwestern Dim Heaven territory, and the western Turtle Heaven territory have all been searching for your mother's whereabouts. Many people have seen your mother's appearance in these places. Chao Jie said mildly. It would be very hard to link the two of you together. Still, if it is known that you're looking for her or are related to her, it would be much easier to detect your relationship. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. In other places, there are fewer who recognize your mother, Lu Northeast and I. However, this does not mean that they take care of your mother. Most of them just take a laissez-faire attitude. Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge understood Chao Jie's underlying meaning. Chao Jie actually had such a laissez-faire attitude. He didn't search for them, but he didn't take special care of them either. If others pursued Shui Chuqing, as long as their cultivation bases were not especially high, Chao Jie would generally ignore them, unless they were stirring up trouble in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge smiled. This is actually already a form of help. Thank you, Senior. Chao Jie and the others turning a blind eye to this matter was already giving Shui Chuqing a lot of convenience. At the very least, they absolutely wouldn't allow experts of the same level to casually step into their territory. This gave Shui Chuqing a lot of space to move about, and it was convenient for her to hide and move. A few people like Lu Jinggu would even secretly lend a hand. Chao Jie did not comment on Yin Zhaoge's gratitude, as he just said mildly, "Pay more attention when you are outside in the future." Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment before asking, "May I ask, Senior, other than meeting my mother and having her personally tell me everything, is there any other way for me to understand the situation?" "Yes, safely understand the situation." Chao Jie did not reveal any dissatisfaction towards Yin Zhaoge's final words that seemed like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. On the contrary, a rare hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "There is." Yin Zhaoge's spirits rose. He heard Chao Jie continue. "Your cultivation base has reached my current level at the very least. It is fine for you to know some things." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. The exalts of 10 territories were powerful, each being the overlord of a region. This was an indisputable fact. Still, it would still be insufficient to say that they were invincible beneath the heavens, rampaging unbridled without fear. Since that was so, why had Chao Jie said that he would know some things when he reached his cultivation base? The restriction would not come from someone with a lower cultivation base than Chao Jie. In that case, why would Chao Jie, Lu Jinggu, and the others have to be apprehensive? If the other party was stronger than Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu, why would it be safe for them to know forbidden information when they reach their cultivation bases? From this, it could be seen that Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu should not be apprehensive of a certain person or some powerful force. Instead, it was some sort of rule or indescribable existence. His mother, Shui Chuqing's current predicament might have stemmed from this. Still, after understanding this, Yin Zhaoge instead felt even more interested as much of his apprehension vanished. If it was some sort of rule rather than some expert or some power, the restriction on Yin Zhaoge would likely not be as great as Lu Jinggu and Chao Jie had thought. Peerless primordial beginning, unique and unparalleled. The profundities within were definitely not something that could be described in a few words. In truth, Yin Zhaoge was not too concerned about earlier heaven divination, despite knowing that Xue Chuqing was proficient in it. This was because earlier heaven divination included the peerless heavenly scripture and the origin heavenly scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture. In other words, if it had been Yin Zhaoge who had obtained the news at the border between the eastern vast heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory this time, and not those of clear light locale, Yin Zhaoge would likely have successfully found his mother this time. What was restricting Yin Zhaoge now was that it would be very difficult for him to obtain the latest and most effective clues regarding Xue Chuqing's whereabouts. After all, the world beyond worlds did not have a complete intelligence network like in the Eight Extremities world, as everything was still in progress. Still, after interacting with Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu, Yin Zhaoge realized that here his father would still have to be cautious in seeking out Xue Chuqing. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would lead the way for those who were searching for Xue Chuqing. If the other party knew about his family's relationship, it was possible that he would come here to wait for them, or even come looking for trouble. Either way, it would clearly put Xue Chuqing in a difficult position. She had endured the pain of her own flesh and blood being separated. She couldn't let it go to waste. After taking their leave of the southeastern exalt Chao Jie, Yin Zhaoge's group immediately returned to the Royal Reed Sea. With King Xuanqing's return, the situation in the Grand Xian dynasty in the Royal Reed Sea instantly stabilized. He did not retaliate, just calming his heart and stabilizing his footing. The North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copperman Island, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other powers could only cease their banners and cease their drums as well. After all, with King Xuanqing's cultivation base, he stably suppressed the local powers of the Royal Reed Sea. It was just that Gu Hong and the rest could not help but be anxious. After all, the day Kong Ping and the rest escaped from the clear scenic region's seabed was getting closer and closer. At this time, everyone could not help but focus their gazes on the virtuous spirit region. There was a rising force there that was also developing in an orderly manner. To be continued. Chapter 853. Over the past year or so, more and more people had come to know that a new power had arisen in the spirit inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea, where the Radiant Light sect had originally been. This power did not expand unbridledly in the Royal Reed Sea, as they only quietly developed themselves, establishing a foundation in the Royal Reed Sea. It was not like the Grand Xian dynasty of the past, which originated from outside the Royal Reed Sea, a power of the world beyond worlds that had crossed the river like a ferocious dragon. This broad Creed Mountain, which had inherited the name of the East Peak of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times, actually originated from a lower world. Their experts had arrived in the world beyond worlds before re-establishing themselves in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, establishing their foundation. Everything had to start from the beginning, and now was finally starting to look a little like before. Inheriting the title of one of the 5 peaks of Taoism, it was inevitable that people would feel that it did not live up to its name. After all, Kunlun Mountain was in the world beyond worlds, and was also the most core existence of the world beyond worlds. Still, within a short period of time at least, no one in the Royal Reed Sea raised any objections. No one in the Royal Reed Sea dared to underestimate the seemingly quiet and low-key broad Creed Mountain. The current chief of this sect was a young man named Yendi. Indeed, in terms of his current cultivation base and longevity, Yendi was unquestionably a young man. In fact, even using the term young man to define him would be calling him old. Yet, such a young man had already broken through space and seen true divinity, attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. The 4th level of the Martial Saint realm was not rare. Martial practitioners who had ascended to the world beyond worlds due to their strength, having surpassed the limits of the heavens and earth, were all at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. In the world beyond worlds, seeing divinity Martial Saints were mostly peak experts of a region, possessing great strength. Still, they were clearly not peak existences. The top-ranked major powers of the Royal Reed Sea generally all had immortal bridge, martial saints, or high-grade sacred artifacts guarding over them. However, it was extremely rare for such a young fourth-level martial saint like Yendi. What shocked everyone even more was that just having ascended, Yendi had directly slain King Xuanmu, who was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. As this news spread, the entire Royal Reed Sea was instantly rendered speechless. When North Sea Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master Gu Hong and Copperman Island's Island Master Gong Sun Wu heard this news, they were both flabbergasted. The others of the Royal Reed Sea would only be even more shocked than them, as they felt disbelief. But the facts were there, and no one could question them. Since he had been able to slay King Xuanmu, it basically entailed that of those currently in the Royal Reed Sea, anyone below the Immortal Bridge realm who did not possess a high-grade sacred artifact would not be Yendi's match. Having arrived in the world beyond worlds, besides making a trip to Golden Court Mountain to meet the southeastern Exalt Chao, Jia, Yendi did not take a single step out of the Spirit Inheritance region. However, he had already shot to fame with a single battle earlier, becoming an expert of the Royal Reed Sea that no one could ignore, a peak bigwig. With such a figure presiding over Broad Creed Mountain, few would underestimate them just because they hailed from a lower world. Moreover, in Broad Creed Mountain, there was still someone whose name was even more resounding than Yendi's. Yen Zhaoge, a person who was even younger than Yendi, so young that it was almost inconceivable. It was precisely this person who had caused the situation in the Royal Reed Sea to undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change, single-handedly stirring up the winds and clouds of the Royal Reed Sea. The current situation could be said to have been caused by Yen Zhaoge to a large extent. At the same time, this young man wielded more than a single high-grade sacred artifact, as he was powerful to the extreme, even more so than Yendi. This even included the legendary treasure, the Extreme Yang Seal. What many people paid attention to was the fact that apart from the Extreme Yang Seal, Broad Creed Mountain even possessed a treasure like the Extreme Yin Crown. This was a sect that overturned the understanding of many people in the Royal Reed Sea and even the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Despite clearly not having an immortal bridge martial saint, they were already dominating a region as they could not be underestimated. Many people were actually also secretly observing how the situation would develop from here on out. King Xuanqing's return to the Royal Reed Sea caused the situation to have some suspense once more as things turned subtle. Everyone wanted to see if Broad Creed Mountain was a flash in the pan or if it was always undefeatable. Those of Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds were not too concerned about the thoughts of the outside world, as they just advanced steadily at their own pace. They had still yet to officially open their doors and recruit disciples in the world beyond worlds. Still, when the time was ripe, that would be inevitable. The arrival of that day would also be equivalent to officially announcing that the East Peak of Taoism, Broad Creed Mountain, had re-established itself in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. When Yen Zhaoge and the others returned to the Spirit Inheritance region, they saw a mountain range towering on the surface of the sea in the distance. Mountain ranges overlapped each other, forming a huge island on the sea. The island was filled with towering mountains. For the current Yendi, destroying a lower world like the Eight Extremities world was nothing at all. The heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds were far more stable than that of the Eight Extremities world, as it was much more difficult to change the natural phenomena here. Still, moving mountains and moving seas within a certain region was a very easy thing for Yendi. The massive island of the mountain range before them was precisely Yendi's handiwork. Looking over, Yen Zhaoge saw that there were also 8 mountain peaks here as well. From the outside, the geographical structure was exactly the same as that of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world. The radiance of spirit patterns was indistinctly visible in the sky above the mountain peaks, as the clear Qi Grand Formation had already been established once more, enveloping Broad Creed Mountain. The current clear Qi Grand Formation was not something that the formation of the Eight Extremities world could compare to. After all, The grand formation of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world was already rather unsuitable in terms of power in the world beyond worlds. Before Yin Zhaoge had left, he had specially modified the formation. The large amount of treasures he had obtained from the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners and the dim radiant mausoleum had brought him a material foundation. As a result, many of Yin Zhaoge's previous plans now had the possibility of being put into practice, not being like how he had been in the Eight Extremities world back then. Still, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, the clear Qi grand formation before him was only for temporary use. He already had quite a few formation diagrams in his head. It was just that if he wanted to actually use them, he would still have to gather some materials in preparation. Setting up a formation out of thin air was also fine. Still, since it was going to be his sect's guardian grand formation, it naturally had to have a stable foundation and peak strength. Upon returning, the first person Yin Zhaoge saw was his second apprentice uncle Feng Zhuan. Seeing Feng Zhuan, Yin Zhaoge instantly smiled. Congratulations, second apprentice uncle, on transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Feng Zhuan smiled. The environment of this world beyond worlds is really much better than that of the Eight Extremities world. Due to your efforts, the clan's current accumulation is also more abundant than before. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Second apprentice uncle, I have brought back some good stuff this time. With your talent and your usual accumulation, you might be able to advance a step further very soon. Feng Zhuan smiled. First, not speaking of me, your father is currently in secluded cultivation. Even if he cannot advance a step further after emerging from seclusion this time, he will definitely have gained much. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Do you and my father take turns in secluded cultivation, taking turns in managing the overall situation? Feng Zhuan nodded before saying, with the current situation being stable, Master can finally take that step after having been repressed for a long time, directly coming up to meet with us. Chapter 854. In the current world beyond worlds, while the location that Yin Di had chosen for Broad Creed Mountain was in the Spirit Inheritance region, it was not the former location of the Radiant Light Sect Sun Moon Peak. In the region of sea to the north of the Sun Moon Peak, right above that wound of the sky, of the 8 mountain peaks, the Heaven Rising Peak was still the main peak, containing the Water Ridge, Wind Ridge, and the others. The entrance to the wound of the sky had been temporarily sealed, located right below the Water Ridge Peak. Currently, the threat from above the world beyond worlds had already been eliminated. With the Flame Devil World and the 9 underworlds both sealed, there were no external threats to the Eight Extremities world unless something unexpected happened. As for dealing with their internal problems, due to the selfless assistance of the Radiant Light Sect and the Grand Xian Dynasty, Broad Creed Mountain had accumulated a total of 5 low-grade sacred artifacts in the Eight Extremities world. Even if there were no martial saints present, just martial grandmasters alone would be sufficient to deal with the situation. Even if something unexpected happened, Yin Zhaoge, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others who were guarding the wound of the sky would also be able to directly descend and sweep through their opponents. On the other hand, having obtained Yuan Zhengfeng's life creation heavenly scripture and the Yin Yang heavenly scripture that Yin Zhaoge had provided, Broad Creed Mountain's legacy was indisputably superior. Many of the clan's older experts, such as Zhang Kuan and He Ning, had the possibility of advancing further. Perhaps their potential was already slowly bottoming out, fated to be unable to reach the heights of Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and Feng Zhuan. However, breaking through the bottleneck that had always been their bottleneck, surpassing the perilous obstacle that had once been as difficult as ascending to the heavens and advancing further, hope was reignited. Meanwhile, Broad Creed Mountain's senior generation experts and younger generation experts were all growing rapidly as well. With the accumulation of martial arts and resources, more and more outstanding geniuses came to join the clan, causing Broad Creed Mountain's overall advantage in the Eight Extremities world to grow greater and greater, its foundation becoming more and more robust. As time passed, barring any unexpected events that changed the heavens and the earth, this advantage would only grow even greater. Even if the peak experts all headed to the world beyond worlds, there would still be more of the younger generation coming to fill the gap. This was originally the normal path of development for a clan that had taken the position of absolute leader in a lower world. Even if they did not intentionally suppress Infinite, Boundless Mountain, and Jade Sea City, Broadcreed Mountain's strength would still grow greater and greater like a rolling snowball. As everyone progressed normally, Broadcreed Mountain's advantage would only grow more and more obvious. A similar example was the Heavy Sun sect of the Floating Gate Realm. If not for Yuan Zhengfeng's accident, neither the Great Snow Mountain nor the Towering Wave Pavilion could have shaken the Heavy Sun sect's position in the Floating Gate Realm, even if the Great Snow Mountain had by Ziming, who had ascended. After Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Fang Zhuan, and the others had stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds, Yuan Zhengfeng no longer had to remain in the Eight Extremities world. The wound of the sky reopened as Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone suppressed his cultivation base and descended. 3 days later, the wound in the sky shook violently. Besides the Northern Ocean clone who had returned, there was another person who had arrived in the world beyond worlds with the momentum of ripping the sky apart. The petite figure seemed to contain boundless power. It was Yuan Zhengfeng, who had settled all the matters at hand and had nothing to worry about. Grandmaster, Master. Beneath Broadcreed Mountain's Water Ridge Peak in the world beyond worlds, smiles appeared on the faces of Yin Zhaoge, Fang Zhuan, Fu Enshu, and the others. Leaping onto the peak of Water Ridge Peak, Yuan Zhengfeng muttered to himself as he looked at the unique blue sky before him. This is the world beyond worlds? It is indeed extraordinary. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Grandmaster, my clone mentioned to you just now that this myriad miraculous life replenishing pill has long since been prepared for you. The myriad miraculous life replenishing pill was also a divine pill that Yin Zhaoge had learned of back when he had been searching for the profound sky purple gold furnace. It possessed extremely miraculous effects in the Tao of reforging the fleshly body. Yuan Zhengfeng had still not regrown his severed arm to this day. It was not that he could not. Instead, he had gained some unique ideas after cultivating in the life creation heavenly scripture. If he wanted to put these ideas into practice, he would need some special methods which he had gradually been able to gather over the years. Yin Zhaoge, having obtained a myriad miraculous life replenishing pill this time, had increased Yuan Zhengfeng's confidence to 100%. Yuan Zhengfeng said joyfully, "It is all thanks to you." Fang Zhuan said, "Zhaoge has really had a great harvest in returning this time. Seeing those miraculous divine pills that only exist in legends, this disciple's horizons have truly been broadened." Fu Enshu nodded in deep agreement beside him. Having come to the world beyond worlds, Fu Enshu had successfully advanced further as well, stepping into the 10th level of the martial Grandmaster realm. With the increase in martial legacies, the abundance of cultivation resources, and the superior environment of the world beyond worlds, the more talented one was, the greater their benefits would be. Yuan Zhengfeng smiled. Zhaoge, whether in terms of quantity or quality, even exalts would probably be hard-pressed to compare to you now, right? Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Hard to say, hard to say. Everyone pointed at him, smiling but not speaking. Now, spiritual light surged atop the converting lake peak by the side. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged glances, smiling. After glancing over, Yuan Zhengfeng too came to a realization. It's Yin Di. The next moment, a figure appeared before them. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s from the outside, with handsome features and a bit of white at his temples. It was precisely Yin Di. He was currently still at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Still, spiritual light flickered within his eyes as it felt like he might be able to ascend to a higher level at any time. Seeing Yuan Zhengfeng, Yin Di immediately bowed. "I have troubled you, master." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "It has not been long since you came up. While the time flow of the world beyond worlds is slower than that of the vast ocean world, it is faster than that of the Eight Extremities world. It has actually only been half a year or so since you started your business here." After exchanging greetings, they sealed the wound of the sky once more before returning to the heaven-rising peak and taking their seats. Yin Zhaoge also roughly recounted all that he had seen and experienced over the past few days. To think that there would also be Buddhism. Those of Broad Creed Mountain pondered as they slowly digested the news that Yin Zhaoge had brought back. After everyone else had left, and there was only Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge left, Yin Zhaoge told his father about Shui Chuqing in detail. Yin Di did not interrupt, as he just listened patiently. After silently listening to Yin Zhaoge's words, Yin Di said slowly, "That is to say that it is actually not suitable for us to blindly search for your mother, lest we might instead bring her trouble. In order to lessen her worries, we might even have to conceal our relationship with her as much as possible." Yin Zhaoge did not raise the matter of the peerless heavenly scripture, as he instead said, "I feel that investigating in secret is still possible." Yin Di did not reply, as he appeared to be in a slight daze as he gazed into the distance. After a while, he suddenly asked, "The Southeastern Exalt said that only those who have attained his cultivation base at the very least would be able to know the truth of the matter?" Yin Zhaoge answered, "That is indeed what the Southeastern Exalt said." Yin Di nodded non-committally before changing the topic. "Do you think that Chuqing's matter is related to junior apprentice Ni Sikong and the others?" Chapter 855. Hearing Yin Di's question, Yin Zhaoge answered solemnly, "Luckily, the Clear Light Locale disciples were looking for my mother this time. Also, that Li Cheng, who resembles junior apprentice Sister Sikong, just so happened to be guarding outside the passageway, not entering the foreign dimension. Otherwise, Clear Light Locale might know that Sikong Qing, Li Cheng, and the others were related to Shui Chuqing." Yin Zhaoge said, "While I cannot be absolutely certain, I believe that my judgment is correct. The uniqueness of Sikong Qing and the others, the runes concealed within their souls, were likely all created by Shui Chuqing. On the other hand, it was most likely due to this that Shui Chuqing was being pursued now." Yin Di pondered for a moment before saying, "Tell junior apprentice niece Sikong about this as well. You can simplify the matter regarding your mother a little. The main point is for junior apprentice niece Sikong to be prepared and be more careful when outside." Yin Zhaoge nodded, "I understand." The father and son talked about many other things, mostly regarding the current situation of the world beyond worlds and Broad Creed Mountain's future development. While Yin Zhaoge did not hold any position in the sect, he had long since become a core member of its decision-making circle. Whether it was Yin Di or Yuan Jingfeng, they were both happy to consult his opinions on the sect's overall strategy. In the end, Yin Di smiled. "You have truly gained much from your trip this time. Those miraculous pills are one of them. While they're great in number, they will eventually be used up. Being able to obtain the legendary cyclic heavenly scripture was even more difficult. This is the true cornerstone of the sect, a merit that can last for 10,000 lifetimes." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "While it is incomplete, there is a possibility of completing it. I can study it together with Grandmaster at that time. Our sect's heavenly broad creed palm originated from the cyclic heavenly seal in the first place." He sighed. "Sadly, the fragment that our founder Qiu Yuan obtained was lost." The founder of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, the heaven-establishing old man Qiu Yuan, had obtained a miraculous fragment that year, using it to comprehend the heavenly Broad Creed palm and establish Broad Creed Mountain's initial foundation. This fragment had become one of Broad Creed Mountain's heirlooms, as it had always been kept by its chief, passed down from generation to generation, as no one else in the sect would be able to come into contact with it. Yin Zhaoge had originally been very interested in this. He suspected that the fragment had fallen from the Flipping Sky Seal, the famous treasure of Heavenly Lord Guangqing, a bigwig of Taoism. After Yin Di had taken over as the chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had even wanted to take a backdoor approach, obtaining the fragment from his father to research on it. Who knew that Yin Di would learn from Yuan Zhengfeng that this fragment had long since been lost? According to what Yuan Zhengfeng said, the fragment had been lost long before Zhan Donga became the sect master, and its whereabouts were unknown. Strangely, how the fragment was lost and whose hands it fell into were still unsolved mysteries. Zhan Donga, Zhan Shilo, and Yuan Jingfeng, who had taken over the position of sect master, had all tried their best to investigate, but to no avail. With Broad Creed Mountain's strength in the Eight Extremities world, even at its lowest point, it was impossible for such a precious treasure to be stolen by outsiders. Even if it was taken away by an outsider, it wouldn't disappear without a trace like this. At the very least, he knew who did it and how it was lost. Therefore, all along, Zhang Donga, Yuan Jingfeng, and other investigators had determined that the problem lay within. Unfortunately, there were no results in the end. Due to the uniqueness of the fragment, news of it had been strictly locked down. Still, this had been the greatest internal mystery of Broad Creed Mountain for the past century or so. Still, after learning of the existence of the world beyond worlds and witnessing treasures like the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Crown, knowing that the Exalted Solar Luminary and the Exalted Lunar Luminary had once been to the Eight Extremities world, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Yuan Jingfeng, and the others had begun to suspect that the problem might not necessarily lie within the sect. This was especially so as the Extreme Yang Seal contained the profundities of the Extreme Yang Scripture, as well as the principles of the cyclic Heavenly Scripture and the Yin Yang Heavenly Scripture as well. Yin Zhaoge felt that the greatest suspect was that elusive Exalted Solar Luminary, Gao Han, who had left the Extreme Yang Seal in the deep abyss of the Earth domain. With this bigwig's abilities, soundlessly taking something from Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world would be even easier than eating or drinking, let alone a dead object. Even a living person or countless living people would be taken away just like that, not causing any ripples in the slightest. Yin Di said, "Many years have already passed since this matter. It would be even more difficult to investigate it now. Still, it is a major matter for our sect. We still have to do our best." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "I understand." After taking his leave of Yin Di, Yin Zhaoge prepared to go see Si Kongqing. While he had the complete cyclic Heavenly Scripture, and it was not impossible for him to directly provide it to the sect, he still decided to play it safe. The version that he had provided to Yin Di, Yuan Jingfeng, and the others was something that Yin Zhaoge had obtained after analyzing the complete cyclic Heavenly Scripture and integrating his own understanding. All along, when Yin Zhaoge executed the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm and secretly circulated the cyclic Heavenly Seal, its power had been extremely domineering. While the enemies who had faced this move had basically all perished, there had still been eyewitnesses. In the eyes of those who were unfamiliar with the Heavenly Broad Creed Palm, as time passed, doubts would inevitably arise in the eyes of those who were familiar with it. At that time, Yin Zhaoge could be said to be exceptionally talented in this martial art, actually having gradually been able to restore some of the essence of the cyclic Heavenly Seal's essence, contrasting it with that incomplete cyclic Heavenly Scripture that was gradually being restored. The former and the latter were in sync. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he saw two people standing before him, staring at each other. Looking carefully, one of them was Xiao Ai, while the other was a youth with a benevolent expression and a simple gaze. This youth was not short, but the childishness on his face had yet to completely fade, as a childlike innocence could be seen within his gaze. Xiao Ai had originally been appraising this youth curiously. Sensing Yin Zhaoge's arrival, she instantly cheered, "Young master." The youth seemed to have reacted a beat slower as he swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. After recognizing him, a smile filled his face as he was even happier than Xiao Ai's senior apprentice brother Yin. It was precisely Ying Long too. The flow of time in the vast ocean world was faster than in the world beyond worlds. Having spent quite a bit of time there, Ying Long too had already grown up. Still, perhaps because his mental development was slower than others, or perhaps because he had already attained an extremely high cultivation base at a very young age, Ying Long tu's appearance had changed more and more. In recent years, the changes in Ying Long tu's appearance had been getting smaller and smaller, as if it was gradually coming to remain that of a youth. While his actual age was not yet 20 from his external appearance, he seemed even younger than his actual age. Ying Long tu himself did not know anything about this, not caring about it. Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, and the others did not force him. seeing Yin Zhaoge. After his joy, he suddenly slapped his head. Senior apprentice brother Yin, a month ago, I met someone who gave me something and asked me to pass it to you. Han Longer paused for a moment before adding, that person emphasized that it definitely had to be passed to you. Yin Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Oh, what is it? Han Long handed over a jade talisman. Seeing the jade talisman, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this thing. This type of jade talisman was specifically used to store and record martial arts manuals. To be continued. Chapter 856. Looking at the jade talisman, Yin Zhaoge did not rush to open it, instead pondering for a moment before asking, Han Long can you see through that person's cultivation base as well as his background? Ying Longtu shook his head. I can't tell. His cultivation should be much higher than mine. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently before extending his hand, placing his finger on the wrist of the youth before him. The Ying Longtu in front of him was no ordinary person. He had long since officially broken Yindi's record as the youngest martial grandmaster in the Eight Extremities world. A 16-year-old martial grandmaster was unparalleled in the Eight Extremities world. Speaking of which, being able to become a martial scholar at this age, he was already an elite amongst elites in the Eight Extremities world, a genius amongst geniuses. While Yin Zhaoge could not be certain whether becoming a martial grandmaster at the age of 16 was the record in the world beyond worlds, even if it wasn't, those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Han Long were probably as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The current Han Long was not even 20 years old, but he had recently broken through to the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, the early essence spirit stage. He had yet to make a name for himself, but what he lacked was an opportunity and a stage. All he needed was an opportunity to soar into the sky. With the talent he had displayed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his name would shake the entire world beyond worlds. If the person who had delivered the jade talisman had a much higher cultivation base than Han Long, then it would not be difficult for him to see that Han Long was not an ordinary person. Checking Han Long's body, Yin Zhaoge found that no one had left behind any hidden injuries or tampered with them. Since that was the case, it meant that the person who had given Han Long the jade talisman didn't have any ill intentions. Otherwise, it wasn't impossible for that person to have secretly injured Han Long. So who could it be? Looking at the jade talisman in his hand, a few possibilities instantly surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. But when he opened the jade talisman and comprehended the martial arts scripture contained within, he couldn't help but be astounded once more. This is the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual. This time, Yin Zhaoge really felt that this was out of his expectations. He composed himself and studied it carefully, comparing it with the celestial slashing sword manual in his hands. A moment later, Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep and distant. It is not a sword Tao that the Jade Clear lineage comprehended after obtaining the Immortal Trapping Sword itself. Instead, it is one of the numinous treasure 4 swords of the Prime Clear lineage. This meant that the person who delivered the sword manual was likely of the Prime Clear direct lineage. The direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage was forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. This was the decree of the earthly sovereign, which the entire world beyond worlds silently abided by. Still, this did not mean that descendants of the Prime Clear lineage would not be able to enter at all. Instead, it meant that they would be hard-pressed to gain a foothold in the world beyond worlds once their identities were exposed. That was why Sun Zhongda had impersonated Yin Zhaoge back then, making it easier for him to act. Only, why did the descendants of the Prime Clear lineage send him the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual? He already knew that Sun Zhongda was in his hands, so he wanted to redeem him? If it had been Gao Qing who had been captured by Yin Zhaoge, there might still have been some possibility. Was this Sun fella that important? Some kind of reward or exchange? In the obscured way world, while he had slaughtered all the Buddhists, it had also made it easier for Gao Qing and the other Prime Clear successors to escape. However, it was far from enough for the roving Jade Heavens to repay him with a peerless technique like the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual. Techniques should not be passed down easily. This was a common principle for any lineage of inheritance. Gifting weapons, pills, treasures, lending a hand to return a favor, etc. Any of these were possible, but who would use their family's peerless martial arts to return a favor? And it wasn't even Yin Zhaoge who had asked for it, but rather them who had taken the initiative to send it over. Even a fool would know that it was impossible. Having contacted Lin Hanhua, he knows that I cultivate in the immortal ending sword. Many thoughts instantly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. Perhaps the other party felt that he was different from the others of the world beyond worlds, someone who could be roped in. The strength and potential that Yin Zhaoge currently displayed were already extraordinary. This was especially so when he was actually not alone. Yin Di was his father, and Feng Yunsheng, who wielded the extreme Yin crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber, was his partner. These were all geniuses whose strength and potential were worthy of the praise of the world. While Yin Zhaoge had always thought highly of himself, he was really not boasting in this regard. The current him was worthy of others investing in him in advance. The immortal ending sword aside, if I also successfully cultivate in the immortal trapping sword, it would be fine if I did not expose it. However, if I did, those of the world beyond worlds would not believe me if I said that I had no connection with the prime clear lineage. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Could this be a consideration as well? Is he betting on my willpower? Or perhaps that exalted solar luminary, whose whereabouts were unknown, was actually hiding in the roving jade heavens? Was he going to make a move against him who had obtained his old treasure, the extreme Yang seal? Yin Zhaoge pondered, not revealing anything on the surface as he casually asked Ing Longtu, were there any problems in the process of cultivating? Ing Longtu answered in a simple and honest manner. There were some problems in the vast ocean world. After coming to the world beyond worlds, it would be fine if I could consult Chief about them. Yes, the current Ing Longtu had already become the next Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioner to have learnt all of the 8 extreme arts after Yuan Jingfeng, Yin Di, and Feng Jun. Whether it was profound or not was another matter. Still, Ing Longtu had indeed learnt all of the 8 extreme arts now. After having learned all of the 8 extreme arts, Ing Longtu's next choice of martial arts was not the heavenly broad creed palm, the immeasurable heavenly saber, or the limitless heavenly sword. He learnt the extreme heaven tyrannical saber that Yin Di had created. In the vast ocean world and the 8 extremities world, he had only been able to refer to the saber manuals that Yin Di had left behind. After coming to the world beyond worlds, he would be able to directly receive Yin Di's guidance. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded, continuing to ponder the problem of the immortal trapping sword manual, even as he conversed with Ing Longtu. The information I have on hand is still too little. It is not convenient for me to make a judgment. Actually, there was still a rather small possibility. Whether it was the waves stirred up in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, or his dealings with Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners, he had gradually begun to enter the sights of those peak figures of Kunlun Mountain. Did the other party intend to use this to probe him who had suddenly sprung out of a lower world? While the possibility was very small, even the complete immortal trapping sword manual of the Prime Clear Direct lineage might not only be in the hands of descendants of the Prime Clear lineage. Obtaining and preserving a martial art was not necessarily related to whether one cultivated in it or not. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge laughed self-deprecatingly. Could it be that I am thinking too much? He shook his head. Compared to the other party's background, what he needed to decide now was what he should do next. It was indisputable that the immortal trapping sword manual was one of the peak sword arts of this world. Yin Zhaoge would definitely gladly accept a treasure that had been delivered to his doorstep. What he was considering was how he could swallow it if this was bait, while also avoiding being hooked by the other party. In other words, there was not much to choose from a strategic perspective. What he needed to consider were the technical details. To Yin Zhaoge, the significance of the immortal trapping sword manual was even more extraordinary. If he wanted to simultaneously cultivate in the 3 purities, besides the primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage, he would also need the martial arts of the Grand Clear and Prime Clear lineages. This immortal trapping sword manual, before him, was like someone sending him a pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. To be continued. Chapter 857. After getting Han Long to describe that person's appearance, Yin Zhaoge smiled. All right, Han Long, go cultivate diligently. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me or my father. Yin Zhaoge had already given some pills suitable for Han Long, use to his father earlier. After his eldest apprentice uncle Shi Tai's death, the responsibility of teaching Han Long had generally fallen to Yin Di. Han Long nodded, saying earnestly, "Yes, senior apprentice brother Yin." Gazing at his departing figure, Xiao Ai placed her hands on her waist. I really didn't think that there would be such a person. He looks stupid, yet possesses such a high cultivation base at such a young age. Yin Zhaoge smiled. You can't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Ai clicked her tongue in wonder. Yin Zhaoge glanced at her. Your talent is similarly top-notch. You should cultivate diligently as well. Don't always place your thoughts on admiring handsome men. This love-struck girl was good in all aspects, just as she liked drooling at handsome men of all kinds. Yin Zhaoge even knew that she had a little notebook in which she specially graded the males of Broad Creed Mountain. She had also graded the people they had met on this trip. For example, that young monk who had been killed by Yin Zhaoge in the Obscured Way world and ridden a white elephant had been graded by Xiao Ai as AB+. She had always just been a spectator, feasting on her eyes. Still, it was ultimately a waste of her energy. In truth, Xiao Ai was not just exceptionally talented in formations. In terms of comprehension ability and talent in the martial Dao alone, she was similarly outstanding to the extreme. It was just that this girl's thoughts were not actually placed on martial cultivation most of the time. Xiao Ai laughed dryly, hurriedly expressing her resolve. Young master, while you already have young mistress, this maid guarantees that you are still the most carefree in this maid's heart. There is no one else in Broad Creed Mountain other than Lord who can compare to you. She paused for a moment before saying, Mr. Fong can also compare to you. Still, it is mainly because Mr. Fong is single. Yin Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead helplessly. Is this the main point I'm talking to you about? Xiao Ai smiled even more obsequiously than Ah Hu and Pan Pan. To this servant, this is the most important point of all. Yin Zhaoge flicked a finger on her forehead. Be obedient and cultivate diligently, reaching the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm within a year. Otherwise, I'll confine you in seclusion, only letting female disciples send you food. Xiao Ai pouted. Young master, Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. It's decided then. Ignoring the aggrieved Xiao Ai, Yin Zhaoge continued heading towards Sikong Qing's residence. The current Sikong Qing had long since reached the martial grandmaster realm, and could be considered as a disciple who had already left her tutelage. She herself could already accept disciples. It was just that Sikong Qing's temperament was cold, and she wholeheartedly focused on her own martial cultivation. The elders of the sect's martial inheritance hall had talked to her about taking a disciple, but she had directly rejected them. Sikong Qing herself was still young, and it was understandable that she was currently concentrating on her own cultivation, so she did not mind being rejected as a technique imparting hall elder. As Yin Zhaoge walked, he did not remain idle. His Northern Ocean clone had also seen Ing Longtu's depiction of the person who had sent him the Jade Talisman. Currently, he was directly interrogating Sun Zhongda in the Myriad Dragon Palace. Aside from martial arts, Han Long was a little slow in everything else, and he also had a straightforward personality. Still, he was extremely focused and serious in doing things. This was also reflected in all aspects of his life. The other party's appearance had been firmly memorized down to the smallest detail. The depiction of the other party's appearance extremely vivid and lifelike. Understanding this trait of Han Long, Yin Zhaoge believed that his depiction should not differ from the other party's actual appearance. The only problem was that if the other party was indeed a descendant of the prime clear lineage, having entered the world beyond worlds, he might have used a form-dispelling pill to disguise himself as someone else like Sun Zhongda. Still, after seeing that portrait, while Sun Zhongda's expression did not change. His gaze fluctuated slightly. The Northern Ocean clone asked, "It looks like you know him. Is he a fellow disciple?" Sun Zhongda pondered for a moment, not immediately answering. The Northern Ocean clone smiled. "No need to worry. It is not that this yin has captured another fellow disciple of yours. Instead, he has come to me of his own accord, wanting to ransom you back. If he really was a descendant of the prime clear lineage, whatever his motives, since Yin Zhaoga had decided to leave behind the immortal trapping sword manual, there would be no need for him to continue detaining Sun Zhongda. He had already extracted all the information he could from Sun Zhongda. If he was not killed, the value of the immortal trapping sword manual would far exceed that which would be sufficient to ransom him back. Having found the location of the profound sky purple gold furnace through Sun Zhongda's clues, Yin Zhaoga no longer intended to pursue the matter of the other party's impersonation. Of course, there would definitely not be a second time. Hearing the Northern Ocean clone's words, Sun Zhongda instantly relaxed as he nodded. "It is my senior apprentice uncle." The Northern Ocean clone said, "Very good. You can leave now." Sun Zhongda's lips twitched. He very much wanted to ask Yin Zhaoga what his sect had used to ransom him. Still, he did not ask the question in the end, as he just sighed, cupping his hands towards Yin Zhaoga. "Since that is so, this son shall take his leave." Currently, the effects of the form-dispelling pill had long since passed. Sun Zhongda no longer continued consuming it, as he no longer had Yin Zhaoga's appearance, as he had regained his original appearance. He was still a handsome youth. The Northern Ocean clone brought Sun Zhongda along, leaving Broad Creed Mountain and heading into the distance before putting him down and letting him leave naturally. Yin Zhaoga was still walking amongst Broad Creed Mountain as he pondered unceasingly. It really is a direct lineage of the prime, clear lineage. He shook his head slightly, arriving at Sikong Qing's lodgings. Yin Zhaoga intended to release his aura. Sensing it very quickly, Sikong Qing immediately pushed open the door and came out. "Senior apprentice Brother Yin?" Appraising Sikong Qing with a glance, Yin Zhaoga nodded to himself. Sikong Qing had previously been cultivating in the vast ocean world. The flow of time in the vast ocean world was even faster than in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Sikong Qing had been cultivating for quite a long time. Still, the richness of spiritual qi in the vast ocean world was completely incomparable to that of the world beyond worlds. Under such circumstances, Sikong Qing's cultivation speed had only been slightly slower than Feng Yunxing's. Still, traveling with Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunxing had been able to use the treasures of the Myriad Dragon Palace and the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, her resources being more abundant than Sikong Qing's. From this, it could be seen that Sikong Qing's talent was definitely not inferior to Feng Yunxing's. Following Yin Zhaoga, two Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters less than 30 years of age would also be shocking achievements in the world beyond worlds. It was just that Feng Yunxing's current situation was very special, as she simultaneously wielded the Cold Sun Divine Saber and the Extreme Yin Crown, causing the power she could erupt with within a short period of time to be extremely shocking, as it was sufficient to rival most seeing divinity martial saints. Strictly speaking, in a short period of time, her strength might even surpass Yuan Jingfeng's, as she was currently Broad Creed Mountain's #3 expert. After Feng Yunxing had become a martial saint, her strength would increase greatly as well. Still, just in terms of innate talent alone, Sikong Qing was probably superior to her. And the source of this was likely Xue Chu Qing. Yin Zhaoga pondered as he said, "There are some new developments that I need to inform you of, junior apprentice sister Sikong." Chapter 858. My environment in the world beyond worlds is even more dangerous than in the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. After hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, Sikong Qing asked quietly. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Unlike the Eight Extremities world where only a single disciple of Old Man Mo's lineage discovered some clues, there are even more people here who have discovered the uniqueness of you Baoqi and Li Cheng. After a slight pause, Yin Zhaoga continued. Other than that, I am gradually beginning to understand the reason behind the secrets of you Baoqi and Li Cheng. It is just that I cannot be certain. Therefore, we can talk about this later. Junior apprentice sister Sikong, you can still leave the mountain, but you have to be especially careful. Hearing this, Sikong Qing's expression did not change as it was as cold as before as she just nodded. Rest easy, senior apprentice brother Yin. I understand. Yin Zhaoga said, right? You are a man of your word, also knowing how to act appropriately. I can naturally trust your words. He thought for a moment before suddenly smiling. I heard that you and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Yu Baoqi get along well. Sikong Qing said, yes, she is like senior sister Li Jingwan of the Eight Extremities World's Jade Sea City, getting along well with me. It is just that. Now, Sikong Qing knit her brows, appearing rather vexed. Thinking for a moment, Yin Zhaoga already understood what she was feeling. The person who got along well with him just had a face that was exactly the same as his own. However, the two were not related by blood at all. If they really were not related at all, it would instead be a kind of fate getting along well with each other. While the heavens and the earth were vast, and there were all sorts of marvels, how many people were truly completely similar, resembling two identical leaves? Actually encountering such a vast world in her lifetime was truly rare. The problem, however, was that Sikong Qing, who was already a martial grandmaster, had been able to immediately see that rune within the body of the other party's soul. This meant that they were not completely unrelated to each other. This inevitably caused Sikong Qing to be concerned. Having long since predicted this, Yin Zhaoga had secretly made arrangements for Sikong Qing such that Yu Baoqi was unable to detect the rune within the body of Sikong Qing's soul. The North Sea Sword Pavilion and Yu Baoqi, who were still unaware of this, would naturally not be able to connect it too much. On the contrary, having been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain in the first place, they viewed Sikong Qing in a different light. To Yu Baoqi, she treated Sikong Qing like a younger sister. Sikong Qing's temperament was just a bit colder, but she wasn't a cold-blooded person, nor was she good at pretending. When she was with Yu Baoqi, she felt very congenial, but she also felt a lot of psychological pressure. Yin Zhaoga said, let's wait for a few more days. After I have ascertained the exact situation between you, Yu Baoqi, Li Cheng, and the others, everything will be fine. You can consider whether you want to have an open and honest talk with them. However, I have to say this in advance. Knowing the truth might not be a good thing for her or the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Sikong Qing nodded silently. She was a strong-willed person, so she quickly adjusted her mentality and stopped talking about this topic. She didn't want to let this matter affect her mood. Sikong Qing then asked, senior apprentice brother Yin, I heard Master say that on this trip, you encountered quite a few experts of the younger generation of other families? Yin Zhaoga said, that's right. Gao Qing of the prime, clear lineage's green duckweed mountain, and Fu Ting of the central June Heaven territories, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak of our world beyond worlds, are both rather outstanding figures. A look of yearning appeared on Sikong Qing's face. The world beyond worlds is indeed a completely different place from the Eight Extremities world. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. Whether it was Fu Ting or Gao Qing, perhaps they were still very young at heart, like young girls. But their years of cultivation were all much longer than Sikong Qing's. Sikong Qing, who had already begun cultivating in the life creation heavenly scripture and the heart's will thunder incantation, was already sufficiently outstanding in the world beyond worlds. Fu Ting and Gao Qing were able to suppress Sikong Qing because their starting point was higher, and they had walked on a smoother and more prosperous path for many years. As for Feng Yinsheng, Sikong Qing, Yinglong Tu, Su Fei, and Shi Jun, they had only just begun to walk this path. With regard to Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoga was still very assured. There was no need for superfluous words, just pointing out the situation clearly. After taking his leave of Sikong Qing, Yin Zhaoga returned to his lodgings. Within a secluded room, Yin Zhaoga sat in the meditative position, his eyes slightly closed as he entered a meditative state. After a short while, Yin Zhaoga extended a palm, pushing it forward. The two qis of yin and yang, black and white, began intermingling and congregating in front of Yin Zhaoga's palm. After a moment, Yin Zhaoge extended his other hand as well, his hands forming a circle before his chest. His hands circulated, embracing yin and yang, encompassing the heavens and the earth. The two qis of black and white intermingled, transforming into two fish of yin and yang that were connected head to tail as they rotated between Yin Zhaoge's palms. As they rotated, the spiritual qi amid space was completely extinguished, collapsing and congregating towards the point where the fish of yin and yang intersected. Still, this process did not affect the surrounding area, as it was instead firmly confined within Yin Zhaoge's embrace. A Taiji diagram gradually appeared, rotating unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm, his gaze focused. King Xuanqing's return to the Royal Reed Sea had already caused the heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea to surge once more. Currently, it was still just the undercurrents surging as everyone was still holding back. King Xuanqing was at the 8th level of the martial saint realm, guarding over the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty that had been established for 100 years as he possessed the home advantage. If he brought back another high-grade sacred artifact this time, even Lin Han Hua might not be able to take him down in the Grand Xian dynasty's capital. If Broadcreed Mountain, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copperman Island, and the other powers wanted to take the initiative to join forces and attack the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, it would definitely not be an easy thing to do now. On the other hand, King Xuanqing was wary of the Southeastern Exalt's attitude on one hand and also had to make arrangements for the heaven-bearing FEK formation on the other. After all, that was the major matter that their 3 generations had been planning for all these years. However, when the 3 immortal bridge martial saints Kong Ping, He Dongxing, and Gu Zhang emerged from the depths of the clear scenic region with a high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely launch a counterattack. At that time, the undercurrent would surge and turn into a storm. What Yin Zhaoge was most concerned about was that with King Xuanqing having returned, could it be possible that Shun Lingzi and Daoist Shi, who had only left the Royal Reed Sea that year, their fates unknown, might have suddenly returned to the Royal Reed Sea at some point in time as well? If that was the case, the storm and the waves would undoubtedly become a tsunami that reached the heavens. Therefore, whether it was taking the initiative to attack first or defending and counterattacking, it was necessary to work hard to improve oneself. His father and his fellow disciples were all diligently cultivating. Yin Zhaoge was no exception. He already had a plan for the path that he wanted to walk. With the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual in hand, he had made even more ample preparations, as well as being able to look forward to even more things. He could look forward to achieving a perfect result. Now, he wanted to attempt to overcome the final obstacle. To be continued. Chapter 859. Because Yin Zhaoge had the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, he was more or less inclined towards the lineage of the primordial heavenly lord's jade clear lineage. At least, that was the case for now. Fortunately, the 3 pure ones were a single entity, and they were able to communicate with each other. There were traces of their Tao arts in the first place. However, the Lord of Tao and Virtue's grand clear lineage and the Lord of Numinous Treasure's prime clear lineage were still necessary. This was especially so when Yin Zhaoge had already reached the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm, already standing at the peak of the merging avatar Martial Saint realm. What he needed to do next was to break through a major bottleneck and break through space to see true divinity, achieving the seeing divinity Martial Saint realm. If Yin Zhaoge wanted to pursue perfection, it would be best if the martial arts of the 3 clear lineages each had a supreme direct lineage martial art for Yin Zhaoge to study. In the Jade clear lineage, besides the peerless heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge also cultivated in the cyclic heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture. Recently, he had even begun to delve into the life creation heavenly tome. Apart from that, he also had the complete omniscient heavenly tome of all phenomena and a fragment of the Aeon Light heavenly tome. Whatever the reason, the Prime Clear lineage had just delivered the Immortal Trapping Sword Manual to him at the very least, instantly satisfying Yin Zhaoge's needs. Therefore, for the current Yin Zhaoge, there was still one final hurdle that he had to overcome. That was the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage. The Grand Clear lineage was different from the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. While there was a Deid edging, which recorded the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage, such as the Grand Cosmos 5 Grands, 90% of the supreme martial arts of Taoism currently circulating beneath the heavens actually originated from the Deid edging. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge had transcended mortality and entered sainthood, he had relied on various martial arts to reverse engineer the Lord of Tao and virtue's great virtue and merit in spreading the Tao. Thus, he had simultaneously cultivated in the three purities and achieved sainthood. In theory, he could use the same method now. He just needed to fuse more martial arts together to push it forward. This was not a difficult thing for Yin Zhaoge, who possessed the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times. However, such a method was not perfect enough. His foundation was unstable, as it would cause Yin Zhaoge's future path to become more and more difficult. Throughout the ages, Yin Zhaoge wasn't the only one who had the thought of cultivating in the three purities and possessing boundless prowess. There was no lack of geniuses among them, but almost no one could walk this path in the end. The difficulty was already so high in the first place. If his foundation was even more unstable, his path would become narrower and narrower. Yin Zhaoge could virtually already foresee his tragic end. He had crossed the first stage when he transcended mortality and entered sainthood, so it was not a big deal for him to use such a trick. But now that he was trying to break through to the second stage, he had to avoid using this method as much as possible. While Yin Zhaoge was hard to come by, it was not like he was completely helpless against it. He had two alternatives that he could try. Yin Zhaoge's first plan was to target the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. Golden Court Mountain's lineage originated from the heaven-reigning Purple Tenuity North Pole Grand Sovereign Emperor, and the heavenly cycle righteousness of this lineage was born from the Grand Clear lineage of the Book of Taoism. He was currently on pretty good terms with Golden Court Mountain. If he wanted to seek guidance from them, the Southeastern Exalt would most likely not directly reject him. Of course, it was just a simple instruction. If Yin Zhaoge wanted the other party to bestow him with their true legacy, it would still be impossible if he did not enter Golden Court Mountain. However, Yin Zhaoge had his own methods. Besides being renowned in the Tao of the Sword and the world beyond worlds, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was similarly top-notch in the Tao of Alchemy. The Eastern Exalt of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's legacy, who cultivated in the longevity martial scripture, was renowned beneath the heavens for his alchemy. Yet, even he dared not say that he would definitely surpass the sword cultivator Chao Jia in the Tao of Alchemy. Chao Jia's passion for alchemy was something that the entire world knew of. Yin Zhaoge was certain that some of the pill formulas that had been preserved in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in the past would attract Chao Jia's interest. Many of these pill formulas had already been lost. Any one of them could be used as a bargaining chip for Yin Zhaoge. The second plan was for Yin Zhaoge to target the lineage of the Brocade Emperor at Kunlun Mountain's ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff. Strictly speaking, as compared to Chao Jia, who originated from the legacy of the Purple Tenuity Emperor, the Brocade Emperor was of the more orthodox direct lineage of the Grand Clear lineage. While he had previously been vying for the Profound Sky Purple Gold Furnace with Fu Ting and the others, the atmosphere had still been rather harmonious. That was then, and this was now. As long as the other party did not know that the Profound Sky Purple Gold Furnace had actually ended up in Yin Zhaoge's hands in the end, many things could still be discussed. It was clearly impossible for him to obtain a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage from Fu Ting. Yin Zhaoge would have to bring out a bargaining chip to exchange for it. This bargaining chip could be the pill formula of some divine pill or some supreme martial art that Yin Zhaoge grasped. While the Grand Clear Direct lineage that the Brocade Emperor's lineage cultivated and was already the peak legacies of Taoism, it was not like they did not desire supreme martial arts of the same level. Yin Zhaoge could attempt either of these two paths. Still, he was not completely confident of succeeding. Also, there were some hidden concerns as well especially with the second option. At the same time, whatever it was, Yin Zhaoge would have to pay a price for it. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This was also a very normal thing. Still, as someone who was born in the year of the Pishio and was insatiably greedy, only seeking to get in and not give out, Yin Zhaoge would naturally prefer to gain something without risking anything. Or it should be said that if he did it himself, he would be well fed. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge was currently working hard in this regard. He embraced yin and yang with his hands, his aura circulating as it gradually transformed into the phenomenon of Taiji. Yin Zhaoge's mind unceasingly surfaced the Taiji yin-yang palm executed by Fu Ting when he had clashed with her back then. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had relied on the profundities of the simultaneous cultivation of the three purities and his foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture and the yin-yang heavenly scripture to successfully imitate the Taiji yin-yang palm, causing Fu Ting, who had wanted to probe him, to fail miserably. While Fu Ting and the other ingenious flying peak experts had been deceived, Yin Zhaoge himself was well aware that that had not been the true Taiji yin-yang palm. However, this experience had given Yin Zhaoge an opportunity. It was an opportunity for him to try to derive the Taiji yin-yang palm, a peerless martial art. Logically speaking, such a thing was actually very inconceivable even if Yin Zhaoge cultivated in the three purities simultaneously. The Taiji yin-yang palm was the most orthodox, supreme martial art of the grand clear lineage recorded in the Book of Tao and Virtue after all. How could it be so easily researched and created by others? Yin Zhaoge possessed the peerless heavenly scripture and a fragmented version of the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. It would be very difficult for him to derive the complete Aeon Light heavenly scripture. However, in his recent cultivation process, Yin Zhaoge had gradually discovered some unique aspects of himself. He possessed an exceptionally acute sense of touch towards supreme martial arts of the grand clear lineage. Whether it was in the eight extremities world or the world beyond worlds before this, he had never directly clashed with direct lineages of the grand clear lineage before. Therefore, he had not discovered it. Still, after clashing with Fu Ting, Yin Zhaoge had gradually come to realize that something was wrong. He had yet to understand exactly what was going on. While he felt doubtful, for the time being, this sort of unique talent was undoubtedly extremely beneficial to him. Of course, even so, analyzing the Taiji yin-yang palm was still an extremely difficult process. Even if he succeeded, it would not be the true direct lineage Taiji yin-yang palm that was exactly like Fu Ting's. Instead, the Taiji yin-yang palm that belonged to Yin Zhaoge would appear much weaker as compared to the true grand cosmos 5 manifestations. Still, it was already sufficient for the current Yin Zhaoge to attempt a breakthrough. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he gradually pushed forward with his hands. The Taiji diagram between his palms rotated slower and slower as the power within grew stronger and stronger. To be continued. Chapter 860. Within Yin Zhaoge's body, he secretly circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, a region of chaos, infinite infinity, manifesting nothingness as emptiness. On this basis, Yin Zhaoge felt like he had comprehended some of the profundities of the head of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations, grand simplicity. Only, regardless of whether it was the peerless heavenly scripture or the Tai technique, they were both too profound, indescribable, impossible to surmise. It was as if he had already deviated from the correct path just by thinking about it in his mind. Apart from making mistakes, it was difficult to understand the true meaning behind it. Still, Yin Zhaoge was not in a hurry. He was pondering on the art of grand simplicity in order to lay the groundwork for his future study of Taiji of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations. Taking a strategic view from a strategically advantageous position would yield twice the results with half the effort. The Taiji diagram spun slower and slower until it gradually stopped. When the yin-yang fishes stopped spinning, the originally peaceful space around them suddenly began to tremble at this moment. It was as if the tiny heavens and earth within this secluded room were about to be stripped away from the world beyond worlds. In the next moment, The Taiji diagram began to spin again. The surrounding objects, whether they were tangible or intangible, visible or not, began to show signs of collapsing. Everything returned to their origins, turning into primordial and pure yin and yang qi, entering the Taiji diagram. The power of the Taiji symbol grew stronger. Yin Zhaoge looked quietly at everything before him, his expression neither sad nor joyless. He had gradually grasped some of the tricks and understood how to transform the profound scriptures of the yin-yang heavenly scripture into the Taiji yin-yang palm. There was still a long way to go. It was just that Yin Zhaoge had undoubtedly already made a good start. The hardest part about deriving and studying martial arts was actually the beginning. Comprehending the Tao was difficult at the beginning. Only after reaching the initial threshold could one talk about walking down this path. In a sense, this was worthy of a name. A good start was half the battle. Having passed this hurdle, while Yin Zhaoge was filled with infinite joy, he was similarly even more perplexed. At this point, Yin Zhaoge could already confirm that on the path of the martial Tao, to put it bluntly, his talent and comprehension abilities were extraordinary. To be able to reach this stage, in addition to various external environments, one's own conditions were also extremely outstanding. While he liked to boast, liked to show off in front of others, fairly speaking, Yin Zhaoge was indeed someone who was born for this. It was just that before this, no matter what martial art Yin Zhaoge cultivated in, he had never been particularly biased towards it. When learning different martial arts of the same level, Yin Zhaoge's rate of progress would vary. That was mostly due to his own interest and whether or not he had invested more effort into it. In this world, there were some people who practiced certain martial arts and were especially compatible with it, so they improved rapidly. However, this did not apply to Yin Zhaoge. It could be said that Yin Zhaoge had a universal love towards the various martial arts, viewing them all equally. Whether it was cultivating in the primordial heavenly scripture of the Jade Clear lineage, or cultivating in the immortal exterminating four swords of the Prime Clear lineage, as Yin Zhaoge saw it, there was not much of a difference. Yet in analyzing the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage, Yin Zhaoge felt exceptionally smooth, exceptionally adept at it. Are you kidding me? I started cultivating from the peerless heavenly scripture until now. I've completed 3 volumes of the primordial heavenly scripture and completed 1 sword of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. I've been cultivating like this for so many years. Now you're telling me that I'm actually most suited to cultivate the Grand Clear lineage's martial arts? Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Yet there just had to be 4 primordial heavenly scriptures and the immortal ending sword manual in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace that year. Yet there were no supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear direct lineage at all. If it was a coincidence, this was really too much of a coincidence. Yin Zhaoge was not someone who believed in coincidences, especially when these coincidences seemed rather bizarre. Still, with no clues to speak of at this moment, he could only place this matter aside for now, burying his doubts deep within his heart. It was still the current matter that required Yin Zhaoge to spend more effort to resolve. Slowly ceasing his cultivation and dispersing the Taiji diagram and the twin qis of yin and yang, Yin Zhaoge stood up and walked out of the secluded room. Deriving the Taiji yin-yang palm is not something that can be done in a single day. Even I would need a very long time to analyze it, Yin Zhaoge pondered. Time waits for no man. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Time waits for no man. If I am not wrong in my calculations, Kong Ping and the others will at most still need around 3 to 5 years of time to emerge from the depths of the clear scenic region. As he pondered, he went to see his father, Yin Di. His father was not busy cultivating at this time, as he was instead handling the internal affairs of the clan, making some arrangements. Broadcreed Mountain had already established its headquarters in the world beyond worlds in the Spirit Inheritance region. Besides Yin Di and Yuan Zhengfeng, who had ascended, a small number of disciples such as Fang Zhuan, Fu Inshu, Ing Longtu, and Si Kongqing had also arrived in the world beyond worlds through the heavenly connection jade that Yin Zhaoge had provided. While they were still rather lacking in manpower, The initial framework of the clan had already been established, being able to maintain its daily operations. It was just that the matter of opening its headquarters and accepting disciples had been temporarily set aside. King Xuanqing's return to the royal Reed Sea had caused the hearts of the people here to become uneasy once more. Whether or not Broad Creed Mountain could completely gain a stable foothold in the world beyond worlds would depend on a battle with their enemies. If they won this battle, let alone Broad Creed Mountain completely gaining a stable foothold, it would even be able to raise its prestige in the royal Reed Sea and even in the entire southeastern Yangheaven territory. It might even be possible for them to replace the Grand Xian dynasty as the new hegemon of the royal Reed Sea, occupying a leading position. Opening their headquarters at that time might be the best time. Before that, however, what Broad Creed Mountain needed to do was to unceasingly accumulate and raise its strength in order to face the upcoming challenges and rise. After seeing Yin Zhaoge said in a heavy tone, "Father, I am preparing to go to the vast ocean world in the next few years." Yin Di understood his intentions just from hearing this. You simply need time? For human martial practitioners, the cultivation environment of the vast ocean world was definitely better than that of the Flame Devil world and the Floating Life world, being about the same as that of the Eight Extremities world. Still, it was far inferior as compared to the world beyond worlds in terms of abundance of spiritual qi. There was only one reason why Yin Zhaoge wanted to go to the vast ocean world. The flow of time there was even faster than in the world beyond worlds. A year in the world beyond worlds would be equivalent to over 2 years in the vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge's accumulated resources were sufficiently abundant. It would actually not be difficult for him to advance further now. If he did not pursue the path of simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, Yin Zhaoge would very quickly be able to break through into the seeing divinity martial saint realm. The current factor restricting him on his current path was not the environment or resources, but his comprehension of martial principles. Deriving and analyzing the Taiji Yin-Yang Palm required time. Due to this, the vast ocean world was actually more suitable for him to cultivate in than the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge nodded, directly saying truthfully, "I have clashed with the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting. I want to try deriving and analyzing her Taiji Yin-Yang Palm with our Yin-Yang heavenly scripture." Knowing the martial path that Yin Zhaoge walked, Yin Di did not object to it. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words now, he pondered slightly. Are you alone? Chapter 861. You can only rely on yourself to derive and comprehend the Taiji Yin-Yang Palm. The rest of us can't help you. Yin Di said, "After all, you're the only one who simultaneously cultivates in the 3 clear lineages, and only you have come into contact with the true Taiji Yin-Yang Palm of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. The difficulty involved can be imagined. Having made this trip to the vast ocean world, you will most likely have to enter death's seclusion to comprehend it." A rare look of worry appeared in Yin Di's gaze. "If you go down alone, with no one to protect you, I will not be able to rest easy." Those who were in death's seclusion usually needed someone to protect them to prevent external enemies from taking advantage of them. If they were in their own sect, it would be fine under the protection of the sect. When Yin Zhaoge went to the vast ocean world, the people of Broad Creed Mountain, there were actually all guests at Changli Mountain, not being a stronghold of their own. Meanwhile, a problem that all of Broad Creed Mountain had to pay attention to was that in the vast ocean world, there was a wound to the sky that led to the royal Reed Sea. The wound to the sky was in the Phoenix-bearing province, and it was quite a distance away from the Spirit Inheritance province. While the Phoenix-bearing region was currently controlled by the Dim Darkness sect, experts like King Xuanqing would definitely be able to go there as and when they wished. A long time ago, people of the Grand Xian dynasty had headed to the Phoenix-bearing region where Yin Zhaoge had first appeared in the world beyond worlds in an attempt to investigate his background. It was Madame Kong and her 2 sons. In the end, they just happened to run into Yin Zhaoge, as well as Luo Ziyuan and the others of the Radiant Light sect who had just returned from extra-dimensional space. In a chaotic battle between the 3 sides, Madame Kong had perished. This had directly led to the great battle in which the Grand Qian dynasty had breached the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect afterwards. It was just that after this battle, Kong Ping and the others had been trapped in the clear scenic region, while King Xuanmu had perished. The Grand Qian dynasty had suffered a great blow to its vitality. The Grand Qian dynasty did not have the time nor the energy to continue investigating the wound of the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region in the vast ocean world. The Phoenix-bearing province had enjoyed peace until now. However, the situation was different now. With King Xuanqing's return, the Grand Qian dynasty had gradually stabilized their footing once more. For the sake of the heaven-bearing Efficate array, they were keeping a low profile and did not act rashly. However, no one knew how long the current situation would last. The vast ocean world was not a completely stable place. Over the past year or so, Broad Creed Mountain had actually been paying close attention to the happenings in the Phoenix-bearing region. After all, there were still people of Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge nodded, saying, "You are right. I indeed intend to go down alone. Firstly, no one can leave this place. Secondly, secrecy is often the most effective form of protection." Yin Zhaoge explained, "In going to the vast ocean world this time, I did not know that I would meet Elder Zhang and the others of the vast ocean world, nor did I inform those of Changli Mountain. Secrecy is the best form of protection for me. While I will be entering secluded cultivation this time, and may even be in death seclusion, it is not certain that I will not return at all. If there is time in between, I will find some time to return to the world beyond worlds and show myself to others." Yendi understood what Yin Zhaoge meant. Even if his enemies attacked him, Yin Zhaoge had never shown himself. It was fine even if they knew that he was in secluded cultivation. He just had to mislead his opponents into thinking that Yin Zhaoge was in secluded cultivation in the world beyond worlds instead of having gone to the vast ocean world. Yindi's furrowed brows still did not relax. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he consoled him. "Relax, father. I have my ways." Hearing his words, Yindi was silent as he looked quietly at Yin Zhaoge. The current Yin Zhaoge, be in terms of his cultivation base or his conduct, had already long since ceased to require his worry. Yindi himself was also never one to drag things out. Still, he was a father at the end of the day. As a father, no matter when, how could he not worry about his son when he knew that there was a risk? Still, after a short period of consideration, Yindi did not say anything more in the end. After reporting the situation to Feng Yunsheng, Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and a few others, Yin Zhaoge took his leave. Besides these few people, even within Broad Creed Mountain, there was no one else who knew where Yin Zhaoge was actually headed. Whether he was out adventuring or in secluded cultivation at Converting Lake Peak in the back mountains of Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea, these various reasons all being cover-ups. Yin Zhaoge first headed to the Eight Extremities world via the wound of the sky beneath Water Ridge Peak, before heading to the vast ocean world via the Eight Extremities world. After arriving in the vast ocean world, his final destination was still the bewildering Maze Sea. Yin Zhaoge's current destination was precisely here. He had no intention of leaving the bewildering Maze Sea at all, also not intending to interact with anyone. This place was precisely a good place to hide. While there were many martial practitioners in the vast ocean world, it would still be very difficult to find a single person here. No one knew that the traceless cloud dragon king Yin Zhaoge, who had single-handedly overturned the heavens and earth of the entire world when he had been a martial grandmaster, had returned to the vast ocean world once more. Yin Zhaoge retracted his true essence and aura, circulating the peerless heavenly scripture as all things turned into nothingness. Indeed, while I have yet to attain the seeing divinity stage, having returned to the lower worlds now, I am already unable to remain here. The current Yin Zhaoge had to suppress and retract his power like those experts above the third level of the martial saint realm in order to be able to survive in a lower world like the vast ocean world. Otherwise, he would be rejected by the power of dimensions. Fortunately, unlike Yin Di, who could only advance and not retreat, Yin Zhaoge was able to suppress and retract his power very freely. It could be said that it was also very easy for him, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture to completely suppress himself to that of an ordinary person who had never cultivated in martial arts before. Looking at the great sea before him, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply. Then let us begin. He sat in the meditative position amid space, his figure descending towards the great sea down below. Not a single ripple was caused, as he had already sunk directly into the depths of the sea, vanishing without a trace. In order to pursue efficiency and concentrate his energy, just as Yin Di had predicted, Yin Zhaoge entered death seclusion. His first seclusion directly lasted for 3 years. After emerging from seclusion in the vast ocean world 3 years later, Yin Zhaoge secretly returned to the world beyond worlds, showing his face once more. At this time, only a little over a year had passed in the world beyond worlds. While Yin Zhaoge seemed to be living in seclusion and not as active as before, this did not arouse the suspicions of others. Instead, while he had been in seclusion, a special person had come to visit him. This was within his expectations whilst also unexpected. The central June Heaven territory, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak, a descendant of the Brocade Emperor's lineage. The other party did not appear arrogant or rude, as he was simply being polite in his words. Still, Yin Di and the others could tell that this person had come to probe whether the profound sky purple gold furnace had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands that year. As Yin Zhaoge was in seclusion and Yin Di and the others had dealt with him flawlessly, the other party did not take things too far as he quickly left. As for whether his suspicions had been dispelled, only the person himself would know. After appearing for a short while, Yin Zhaoge headed to the vast ocean world once more, beginning a second period of secluded cultivation. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, everything seemed to still be calm as a storm was still brewing in the shadows, silently awaiting the passing of time. Calculating in terms of world beyond worlds time, a year after Yin Zhaoge had entered seclusion once more, changes seemed to have begun. Just like how Yin Zhaoge had once caused heaven shaking, earth overturning changes in the vast ocean world, someone who had once commanded the winds and summoned the rain in the royal reed sea returned here once more. To be continued. Chapter 862. As time passed, Broadcreed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea was still operating in an orderly manner. The basic facilities here were already extremely complete. Still, the entire sect did not relax. The day when Kong Ping, Luo Ziyuan, and the others would escape from the deep sea of the clear scenic region was already drawing closer and closer. According to Yin Zhaoge's initial estimations, starting from this day, it would roughly be a year or 2 at best, or 3 at worst. That would roughly be the time that Kong Ping and the others would escape. That would likely be the time of the final battle. Before that, King Xuanqing would sit over the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, maintaining his defenses as he would not leave at all. As a result, Broadcreed Mountain, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copper Min Island, and the Dim Darkness sect, and the other powers would find this troublesome for a time. The Grand Xian dynasty's capital had been managed by 3 kings of the Xian dynasty for over 100 years, its sturdiness comparable to that of the North Sea Sword Pavilion's grinding hut region's sword domain. King Xuanqing of the mid-Immortal Bridge Martial Saint realm had the home advantage as he possessed shocking strength. Also, while the King Xian spear had been lost in the Royal Reed Sea, who knew if King Xuanqing had brought back another high-grade sacred artifact this time? High-grade sacred artifacts were extremely hard to come by, as not every Immortal Bridge Martial Saint possessed one. This was a fact. However, the Grand Xian dynasty, Shun Lingzi and Daoist Shi, clearly had extraordinary backgrounds as they could not be judged by normal standards. The anti-Xin forces had to be cautious as well. Still, whatever the case, if Kong Ping, Gu Zhang, and He Dongxing managed to escape from the deep sea of the clear scenic region, the Grand Xian dynasty would be even more powerful. Dragging things out would not be the best outcome. If they could first take care of King Xuanqing before Kong Ping and the others managed to escape, it would undoubtedly play a decisive role in the overall situation. In order to take care of King Xuanqing, sufficient strength was required. Yin Zhaoge had entered secluded cultivation with this in mind. Aside from him, The others of Broad Creed Mountain and the peak experts of the anti-Shin forces of the Royal Reed Sea were all making their own preparations as they raced against time. One day, within a secluded room in Broad Creed Mountain, a tall youth with a jade-like face opened his eyes and opened his eyes. It was Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge had headed to the vast ocean world himself, while the Northern Ocean clone remained here. With the main body in death seclusion, the connection between the clone and the main body had become weak, as even the Northern Ocean clone's movements and reactions had become slightly sluggish. However, it was still fine for him to meditate, cultivate, and interact with others. As the Northern Ocean clone left the secluded room, he saw Ing Long-Tu arriving, seemingly having something to ask of him. Having answered Ing Long-Tu's doubts, the Northern Ocean clone asked casually, "Has my father still not left seclusion?" Roughly half a year ago, Yendi had also entered Converting Lake Peak, entering secluded cultivation once more. Ing Long-Tu replied, "Martial Uncle Sect Master once left a message saying that he would need roughly a year's time in total. There's still half a year." The Northern Ocean clone nodded, feeling rather expectant. Yendi had previously already attained the peak of the mid-seeing divinity stage. If he succeeded in his secluded cultivation this time, he would likely be able to advance further. At this time, it was even more necessary for Yuan Zhengfeng and the others to raise their vigilance to prevent Yin Di from being disturbed, lest all their previous efforts go waste. The same principle applied to Yin Zhaoge himself. Just as he was thinking about this, Grandmaster Yuan Zhengfeng's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Zhaoge, come to the Heaven Rising Peak's main hall." Yuan Zhengfeng's tone was somewhat solemn. The Northern Ocean clone's heart jolted slightly as he left some instructions for Ing Long-Tu before immediately heading to Heaven Rising Peak. Entering the main hall, he saw that Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan were both present. Besides Fu Inshu, who was observing the situation in the vicinity of the Phoenix-bearing region, Su Fei and the other experts of Broad Creed Mountain with higher cultivation bases in the world beyond worlds were all present. Seeing the Northern Ocean clone enter, Yuan Zhengfeng cut to the chase. "Zhaoge, I have bad news. The east of the Royal Reed Sea, the Dragon Elephant region, this was where the peak power of the Royal Reed Sea, Copperman Island, was located. As compared to the Radiant Light Sect's Sun Moon Peak and the Dim Darkness Sect's main altar that had already been destroyed, and the North Sea's Grinding Hut region's Sword Domain that had nearly suffered the calamity of the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation and was besieged by countless experts of the Grand Xian Dynasty, Copperman Island of the Dragon Avatar region had remained safe and sound all these years. Because here were the treasures of the Copper Min Island passed down from generation to generation, the three giant Copper Men, possessing the geographical advantage of Copper Men Island. So long as they did not leave the island, these three Copper Men would be able to unleash the might of three immortal bridge martial saints. The Royal Reed Sea's #1 geographical advantage was well-deserved. This also caused Copper Men Island to become the most defensible place in the Royal Reed Sea, with even the Grand Xian Dynasty not willing to directly bite down on this tough bone. This had always been viewed as the final fortress and path of retreat of the anti-Xian alliance. It was just that Copper Men Island appeared to be more than sufficient in its defense, lacking in its offensive capabilities. Chief Gong Sunwu was not someone who was content with the status quo, as he had always been striving for greater improvements in his strength. Firstly, he desired to break through the bottleneck that had always been present, stepping into the Immortal Bridge stage and stepping into the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm. In the past, amongst the peak experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm in the Royal Reed Sea, Gong Sunwu, the chief of the Radiant Light Sect Luo Zuan, the chief of the Dim Darkness Sect Zhou Haoxing, and the Grand Xian Dynasty's King Xuanmu had been the strongest. Comparatively speaking, Gong Sunwu had been a little weaker. Now, however, Zhou Haoxing had been heavily injured by the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lai to the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, having only just recovered these past few years. Luo Zuan had been imprisoned and trapped by a black hole, his strength and drive having been worn down, while King Xuanmu had already perished. Gongsun Wu had instead become the one in the lead. Still, he could not be careless. He could already feel how terrifying that newly arisen power from a lower world in the spirit inheritance region was. Those who had been able to cultivate to their current cultivation level were definitely not simple people. Beneath the intermingling of pressure and motivation, Gongsun Wu had finally shown signs of breaking through his bottleneck in recent years, as he was just a half step away from the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage, which he could cross at any time. Today, however, there was only despair within his heart. He had a premonition that he might never be able to cross this tribulation. At this moment, the sky above Copperman Island seemed to be shaking slightly like the light of water, somewhat hazy and indistinct. Yet, it could not be seen clearly, as one would have to look very carefully before they would be able to vaguely discover some clues about it. Enveloped by this radiance, the entire Copperman Island seemed to have turned dry and dry. The scenes lost their luster, life forms lost their vitality as time came to a standstill. The people on the island seemed to have lost their lives, yet were still lifelike puppets. The entire Dragon Avatar region seemed to have frozen in time. The only ones who were still barely able to move were the 3 massive bronze men who seemed indomitable as they shot into the skies, as well as Chief Gongsun Wu. The 3 bronze men opened their mouths, emitting soundless roars as though they were alive. Their 6 arms rose together, propping up the sky as they resisted that light of water which enveloped the entire island, not continuing to descend. Gongsun Wu's tone was dry. Such strength, such attainments in the time-flowing sword. Shinlingzi. There was no response from the sky at all, only that sword light which resembled water as time froze unceasingly, wearing down the 3 great bronze men down below. Beneath the corrosion of the sword light, there was no sound of ghosts wailing or gods howling, no heaven-shocking, earth-shaking changes. However, the surface of the bronze men was rapidly decaying and mottled as they showed signs of decline. It was as though, however powerful they were, they would still be hard-pressed to resist the flow of time. On this day, Copperman Island, which had once been the #1 defensive location in the Royal Reed Sea, was broken through. To be continued. Chapter 863. North of the Royal Reed Sea, Grinding Hut region, where the North Sea Sword Pavilion was located. The North Sea Sword Pavilion sword realm, which had been passed down through the ages, had already been completely activated and was operating at full power. Sword Chi soared into the sky, enveloping the entire Grinding Hut continent. However, the Sword Chi was constantly being whittled away and was gradually rotting away. They were like divine weapons that were unable to withstand the corrosion of time and became rusty. A figure stood in the void, manipulating the sword light and guiding the sword chi of the sword world, stirring up waves. It was none other than the Pavilion Lord of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, an expert of the early Immortal Bridge stage, Gu Hong. In terms of cultivation bases, he was the person with the highest cultivation base amongst the anti-Xian forces in the Royal Reed Sea. At this moment, he had the advantage of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain. When he unleashed his strength, it was as if he had the divine might to overturn the sea. However, such a miraculous vast ocean divine sword appeared pale and powerless under the illumination of the water-like sword light that enveloped the heavens. The faint sword light that seemed ordinary and almost undetectable actually split apart the tsunami like a hot knife through butter and headed straight for the North Sea Sword Pavilion on Grinding Hut Island. There was no fear on Gu Hong's face, but despair had already surfaced in his eyes. On that day, the sword realm of the Grinding Hut province shattered, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion was destroyed. Atop Broad Creed Mountain's heaven-rising peak, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone sat opposite Yuan Zhengfeng and the others, all of them having solemn expressions on their faces. "Are you sure, Qinlingzi?" Yuan Zhengfeng asked in a deep voice. Feng Zhuan nodded. "That is what the information we received said," Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone said, wanting to single-handedly take down Copperman Island. Even with the cloud circulating heavenly light sword, Kong Ping does not have full confidence. It can only be Shenlingzi who possesses a higher cultivation base. While Kong Ping mentioned the title Grandmaster Shenlingzi back then, and therefore could be an expert of the same generation as Shenlingzi, I still lean towards the possibility that Shenlingzi did not perish and has returned to the royal reed sea himself. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to pass through Golden Court Mountain. Over 100 years ago, when the Grand Xian dynasty had first entered the royal reed sea, the person with the highest cultivation base had been their founder, King Xianwen of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. At that time, Shenlingzi and Daoisher had both been early immortal bridge martial saints. However, amongst the three, not only did Shenlingzi cultivate in the jade, clear lineage's Aeon Light heavenly scripture, his talent in the martial Dao was also peerless, his strength far surpassing other experts of the same cultivation level. In terms of actual combat that year, Shenlingzi of the 7th level of the martial saint realm might not have been inferior to King Xianwen of the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Now, more than 100 years had passed. Seeing how Shenlingzi had broken through Copperman Island so quickly, it was very likely that his strength had already risen to another level. Furthermore, he definitely had a high-grade sacred weapon with him this time. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. This is an undeclared battle, wanting to defeat us one by one. The Northern Ocean clone lightly rubbed his temples, first easy, then difficult, exterminating them all, not caring about enmity, sweeping through the entire Royal Reed Sea. Comparatively speaking, Broad Creed Mountain currently had the greatest enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and Shenlingzi's lineage. Madame Kong, like Kong Ping, He Dongsheng, and Gu Zhang, were all disciples of Shenlingzi. Because of her death, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Radiant Light sect were similarly hated. Meanwhile, the enmity between Copperman Island and the Grand Xian dynasty had clearly eased greatly. To put it more bluntly, with the Grand Xian dynasty being so great that it could not be resisted, there was still the possibility of Copperman Island submitting. However, Shenlingzi had chosen Copperman Island first this time. It was like a soundless declaration, taking no captives, not accepting surrenders, sweeping through the Royal Reed Sea. It was already no longer a case of those who submit to me prospering and those who oppose me perishing. Instead, all those who were once enemies of me were to be slain without question. Xue Fei frowned. Isn't this a little too arrogant? He, an outsider, wants to reign supreme over the Royal Reed Sea. How could the Southeastern Exalt and Golden Court Mountain possibly agree to this? Golden Court Mountain currently has more than just a single peak expert sitting over the Royal Reed Sea, the Shadow Mountain Sword King. Fang Zhuan said, "This means that the major figure behind Shenlingzi has exerted his strength. In the world beyond worlds, there were only the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who could suppress the exalts of 10 territories." The Northern Ocean clone said, "It would also not be so easy to suppress them. The Southeastern Exalt is not a lone force." The more important reason is that the enmity between Golden Court Mountain and the Southern Blazing Heaven territory has already become extremely intense. Just west of the Royal Reed Sea, the Southern Blazing Heaven territory also has a major force pressuring its borders. Lin Han Hua and the others are currently focusing their attention on the outside. Yin Zhaoge and the others were all paying close attention to the developments in this area as well. Therefore, after Lin Hanhua and the others had focused their attention on the Southern Blazing Heaven territory, whether it was Broad Creed Mountain, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copperman Island, or the Dim Darkness sect, they had all raised their vigilance in case the Grand Xian dynasty suddenly rose in revolt. Broad Creed Mountain had once suggested that the 3 of them might just join forces. Still, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island were clearly unwilling to just give up on their territories just like that. Whether it was Copperman Island guarded by the 3 Coppermen or the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, they indeed possessed a very strong territorial advantage. However, the enemy's attack this time had been too ferocious. While it was just one person, he was extremely powerful. Beneath this sudden assault, Copperman Island, which had once been the #1 defensive location in the Royal Reed Sea, had been directly broken through. Yin Zhaoge had been in secluded cultivation in the vast ocean world, while Yin Di had been in secluded cultivation in the world beyond worlds. While the other side's strategy seemed to be to start with the easy and then the difficult, who knew if it was just a ploy? If the Northern Ocean clone and the others had gone to reinforce the North Sea Sword Pavilion, and the other side had turned and attacked Broadcreed Mountain, the consequences would have been inconceivable. Therefore, upon receiving the news, Broadcreed Mountain had strengthened its defenses, contacting the North Sea Sword Pavilion even as they held urgent internal discussions, asking Gu Hong and the others to simply give up on the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region and hurry over to the Spirit Inheritance region to join them. However, whether they would be able to make it in time and whether they would be willing to do so was another matter altogether. The Northern Ocean clone said, from the looks of it now, it should be some sort of tacit agreement. Golden Court Mountain will not make a move, allowing the internal powers of the Royal Reed Sea to battle the Grand Xian Dynasty. While the Grand Xian Dynasty has external reinforcements, they must have been those who have been in the Royal Reed Sea before. There cannot be any new experts. Therefore, I suspect that the expert who broke through Copperman Island is Shun Lingzi, who left that year, returning to the Royal Reed Sea. Within the Great Hall, everyone's expressions were rather solemn. Now, a special internal technique of the clan suddenly circulated an urgent message. I have yet to arrive at the territory of the Grinding Hut region, not even having the time to see those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, but a great battle has already erupted in the direction of the North Sea. Hearing the news, Yuan Zhengfeng and the others were all rendered speechless. After breaking through Copperman Island, Shun Lingzi actually did not stop as he directly attacked the North Sea Sword Pavilion. With his great cultivation base and speed, with no one delaying or obstructing him, he had hurried from the east of the Royal Reed Sea to the north within a short period of time. As a result, the communication between Broadcreed Mountain, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, and Copperman Island appeared slow. Fang Zhuan was silent for a moment before he said, "It is unknown how long the North Sea Sword Pavilion can hold on for. If it is broken through in less than half a day, the time it takes for our clan's disciples to send a message would probably already be enough for him to rush over to our Spirit Inheritance region." Yuan Zhengfeng stood up from his seat. Copperman Island is harder to break through than the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Still, it was not able to hold on for long. It is already too late to send reinforcements now. We can only hope that Pavilion Lord Gu and the others of the North Sea Sword Pavilion are blessed by the heavens, being able to escape with their lives. The opponent this time seems to far surpass those of the past. Amidst their conversation, the sky to the northeast of the Spirit Inheritance region was obscured by a blurry layer of watery light, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it swept over. To be continued. Chapter 864. Faint watery light noiselessly surged from the horizon, then rapidly lunged towards the Spirit Inheritance region. In next to no time, the entire sky above the Spirit Inheritance region was enveloped by this hazy, watery glow. Wherever the light passed, the flow of time in this part of the world seemed to stop. Everything in the world lost its luster, all sounds disappeared, and all was silent. Above Broadcreed Mountain, numerous streaks of green light surged, instantly forming a massive formation that obscured the heavens and concealed the sun, enveloping the sky. It was precisely the Clear Chi Grand Formation. As the Clear Chi Grand Formation circulated, streams of clear chi extended into the distance, penetrating deep into space. One after another, jet black balls of light and earthy yellow balls of light appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was filled with countless stars. As these streaks of radiance lined up, the circulation of the Clear Chi Grand Formation became heavy, resembling the heavy earth that was indestructible. As the rippling light enveloped the Clear Chi Grand Formation, the circulation of the formation also began to slow down, but it could still be sustained. The Clear Chi rose unceasingly, merging as one with the true sky, seemingly dragging the true sky downwards as it drew closer to Broad Creed Mountain. The countless black and yellow spheres of light descended together, resembling the great earth as it seemed to be lifting Broad Creed Mountain and the Spirit Inheritance region down below up somewhat. For a moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to be closing in on each other. Affected by this vast power, the hazy water seemed to ripple. An old voice came from the sky. "Oh, a sect that hails from the lower worlds and has only established itself in the world beyond worlds for a mere 3 to 5 years, actually has a grand formation that is more powerful than the North Sea Sword Pavilion sword domain, which has been built up over 1,000 years. To be able to stir up such a storm, you are indeed not an incompetent person." Although there was some surprise in his words, his tone was still indifferent, as if it was an eternal moment. Sadly, the cultivation base of the one controlling the formation is too low. If you were an immortal bridge martial saint, you might be able to resist this old man for a moment. His tone was still indifferent, but in the ears of Yin Zhaoge and the others, the speed of his words had suddenly sped up greatly. What sped up along with the speed of the words was the passage of time in this world. Even if it was the sky and earth, after experiencing endless years, they would still change, displaying the great changes of the world. Aging and decay was a process that all things in the world had to go through. Under the scouring of time, the clear Qi Grand Formation instantly became unstable. Yuan Zhengfeng controlled the formation. Dust and stains began to appear on his clothes, while wrinkles and age spots appeared on his skin. It was as if he was aging and decaying along with the world. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone emitted a clear howl, directly leaving the Great Hall. A jet-black metal box appeared in front of him. The Northern Ocean clone patted the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box, the lid of the box opening as black light abruptly appeared. An ancient bronze sword shot out of the sword box, landing in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone as an extremely vicious, greedy, tyrannical aura instantly surged into the skies. Jet-black bloodlines surfaced on the surface of the Northern Ocean clone's body, looking savage and terrifying. Numerous jet-black bloodlines intersected, forming a profound sigil on the back of the Northern Ocean clone's sword-wielding right hand. The surface of the seal flickered, and the radiance condensed into a tautai. The sound of a tautai that resembled the cries of an infant resounded. The Northern Ocean clone waved his right hand, the jet-black sword light transforming into a black hole which hovered in the sky above Broad Creed Mountain. The black hole formed a terrifying suction force that devoured everything around it. Even space itself collapsed as numerous black crevices were ripped apart, collapsing inwards with the black hole as its center. That sword light, that resembled water that enveloped the sky above Broad Creed Mountain, was also sucked into the black hole in great amounts. While the sword light was still powerful, the pressure on Yuan Zhengfeng, who presided over the clear Qi Grand Formation, immediately lessened. Yuan Zhengfeng's expression was calm and heavy. "Zhaoge, how is your true body in the vast ocean world?" The Northern Ocean clone answered concisely, "In death seclusion." Yuan Zhengfeng said, "Yin Di is also in death seclusion. There is still half a year before he emerges from seclusion." Yin Di had always been very accurate with regards to the time of his seclusion. If he said that he would emerge in a year, it would be a year. Barring any major accidents, he would definitely succeed. Still, it would most likely not be brought forward. Yuan Zhengfeng said, if we let him leave seclusion now, at best he would give up halfway, all his previous efforts going to waste. At worst, he would suffer cultivation deviation and be heavily injured. The same goes for your true body. It would be best if we do not disturb you. We will strive to get through this. If they did not block it in time, the opponent's time-flowing sword would cause the lifespans of everyone in Broad Creed Mountain to accelerate, dying of old age. With Yin Zhaoge not on the mountain, Yin Di would still need half a year of seclusion before he could emerge from seclusion. The opponent's acceleration of time would not help Yin Di, because it would only accelerate the flow of time for his fleshly body. To Yin Di, who was comprehending principles, it would still only be an instant. If the situation was really critical, At the final critical juncture of life and death, Yendi would only be able to break out of seclusion prematurely. However, the consequences of that would be hard to predict. Wasting all his previous efforts would be the lightest consequence. Even as the Northern Ocean clone gazed up into the sky, he said, "Grandmaster, we can get through this." A voice resounded from within the sky. "Oh, how will you get through it?" A human face surfaced amidst the blurry sword light that resembled water. At this moment, it was as though the entire sky had transformed into this human face. While it was the face of a youth, the voice was incomparably ancient. In this old man's eyes, you are no different from Copperman Island and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The sword light in the sky rippled for a moment, something suddenly appearing from within and descending. It was a human head, the head of a chief of Copperman Island, Gong Sun Wu. The gazes of Yin Zhaoge, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others all narrowed into slits. At the same time, the figure of a person surfaced amidst the sword light. His eyes were tightly shut. He had no aura, as his fate was unknown. Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. The human face in the sky said mildly, "Giving Golden Court Mountain some face, this old man will spare his life, as will you, Yin Zhaoge. Still, there is no need for anyone else to be spared. As for the two of you, while death can be spared, punishment will not be spared." As he said this, the sword light within the sky instantly changed once more. Up and down Broad Creed Mountain. It was as though it had been sliced into countless voids, with time flowing at different speeds in different locations. All of them different. The heavens and earth of the Spirit Inheritance region was actually transformed into chaotic flows of space by the other party at this moment. Space of varying speeds ripped apart, repelled, distorted, and intersected with one another. The resulting force virtually ripped the clear Qi Grand Formation apart, shattering the black hole formed of the evil Sword Tao Dai. Seeing Gu Hong being captured alive by the other party, Yin Zhaoge could not help but frown. Killing someone and capturing them alive were two completely different things. Back when Lin Hanhua had been an 8th level martial saint and possessed a high-grade sacred artifact, he had been absolutely confident of protecting Yin Zhaoge while slaying Kong Ping of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Still, he dare not say that he had full confidence in capturing Yin Zhaoge alive. While there was no hope of Kong Ping escaping, there was still a chance for him to die. Now, this opponent before him had actually captured Gu Hong of the 7th level of the martial saint realm alive. While Gu Hong was indeed weaker than Kong Ping, he had the advantage of being on home ground in the Grinding Hut region's sword domain. Yet, he had still been captured alive by his opponent in the end. The sword light in the sky pressured downwards unceasingly, causing numerous chaotic tides of space. The old voice was indifferent as ever. All these years, Golden Court Mountain has been able to rest easy by keeping you alive. Yet, in the end, you have instead caused trouble? Since that is so, there is no need to keep you alive any longer. Clean them all up. Chapter 865. The current situation caused Yin Zhaoge to recall back in the Eight Extremities world that year when his sect had tried to force the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia out of secluded cultivation prematurely. In order to ensure that Huang Guanglia would be able to achieve great success and sweep through all 8 levels of cultivation after emerging from seclusion, the Sacred Sun clan had indeed suffered quite a bit of losses, tolerating quite a bit. Sadly, while Huang Guanglia had successfully emerged from seclusion, his strength having improved a step further, he had still ended up badly injured at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world. Currently, Huang Guanglia and the Sacred Sun clan had long since become history. However, the past seemed to be repeating itself, just that this time, it was Broad Creed Mountain who stood guard over the barrier. The human face in the sky looked at the Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone indifferently. Yin Zhaoge, if you are really the descendant of the exalted solar luminary, only this bigwig can save you. If you are not, your Broad Creed Mountain would have become the sect with the shortest history in the Royal Reed Sea today. At this moment, The Northern Ocean clone did not carry the avatar of the Kunpeng or the chi of a true dragon in the slightest. His entire person was enveloped by the Tao Ye's light shadow, as if he had transformed into a living Tao Tai. Although he was unable to unleash the full power of the high-grade sacred artifact, the evil sword Tao Tai, because his cultivation was not high enough, it was still extremely ferocious. Although they were both high-grade sacred weapons, the evil sword Tao Tai was in existence above the Xian King's spear. However, the opponent in front of him was even more terrifying. While he was only a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, Yin Zhaoge felt that he would even be able to battle peak experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Possessing outstanding talent and cultivating a peerless martial art like the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, Shunlingzi's strength was definitely extraordinary. The higher one's cultivation level was, the fewer experts of the same level would be, and the smaller the gap between them. Experts who could reach this level were all heavenly talents who were invincible among their peers when they were young and in the environment they grew up in. They were able to defeat most opponents who were several levels higher than them. Having reached the immortal bridge martial saint realm, especially the 8th and 9th levels of the martial saint realm, it was already very rare for one to surpass levels in battle, as the possibility of such a thing was practically negligible. The difference of a single realm would result in a huge gap in average strength. Experts of this level were all top-notch existences in terms of talent, fortuitous encounters, and martial arts. But Shunlingzi, at this level, was still a well-known figure. Just like Lin Hanhua and Kong Ping, Yin Zhaoge believed that if Lin Hanhua did not use his full strength in order to conceal the secret of his origins, he might not even be able to defeat this Shunlingzi. What Yin Zhaoge was more concerned about was that the other party might still have other hidden methods. Otherwise, Gu Hong would not have been captured alive. This old man was now displaying the flowing time sword technique that Kong Ping and the others had yet to comprehend. With a single sword strike, time and space became chaotic, splitting into countless voids with different speeds of time, tearing and twisting each other. Not to mention opponents below the immortal bridge stage. Even most experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage, would only be defeated and perish before this sword. The Northern Ocean clone wielded the evil sword Tao Dai, while Yuan Zhengfeng presided over the clear Qi Grand Formation. Even as they joined hands, facing this supreme blow, they still felt strained. It was no wonder that they had been able to breach Copperman Island, which was equivalent to 3 experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. It was no wonder that it could break through the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region that the North Sea Sword Pavilion had accumulated for thousands of years. The Northern Ocean clone inhaled deeply. Grandmaster, pass the control over the Grand Formation to me. With his main body in death seclusion, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's thoughts were not sharp enough. It would be best if he could avoid something as intricate as the control of the Grand Formation. Still, he had to make a move now. Yuan Zhengfeng did not waste time on words as runes flickered within his pupils, radiance dissipating. Light flickered within the pupils of the Northern Ocean clone. The 2 spirit patterns circulated simultaneously, streams of clear qi from the clear qi Grand Formation bolstering the Northern Ocean clone's body. Wielded by the Northern Ocean clone, the entire Grand Formation instantly shook mightily. The sky formed of clear qi up above began descending at an accelerated rate, while the great earth condensed of countless specks of yellow and black light rose at an accelerated rate down below. Within the Grand Formation, a few spirit patterns began collapsing. Radiance shattered on the peaks of Broad Creed Mountains, 8 mountain peaks. Beneath Yin Zhaoge's violent control, the treasures that had established the formation shockingly began to collapse. However, the Grand Formation circulated even more ferociously as it revealed a violent momentum. The heavens and the earth seemed about to heal. Pressured by this force, the chaotic space between the heavens and the earth vaguely showed signs of being stabilized once more. Bolstered by the power of the clear qi Grand Formation, the Northern Ocean clone wielded the evil sword Tao Tai with greater might. The black hole reappeared, devouring the sword light of Shun Lingzi's time, flowing sword in great amounts. The human face within the sky vanished, the sword light that resembled water regaining its former calm. Now, the light of water parted to the sides. A figure walked out from within, his features exactly the same as the human face within the sky just now. A young face, an old demeanor. It was none other than Shun Lingzi, who had dominated the Royal Reed Sea in the past, and was even more powerful now. You have some skills. What a sword. He lowered his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain and the Northern Ocean clone, saying slowly, sadly, "You don't even have a single immortal bridge, Martial Saint. What is the use of having a divine artifact? You're just throwing pearls before swine, wasting God's gifts." Shun Lingzi slowly raised his hand. This power is what a high-grade sacred artifact should possess. Accompanied by his raising his hand, a strange ancient seal appeared. That seal was long in shape, resembling a short sword, just that it had no tip or edge. An ancient, desolate aura emanated from the ancient seal in the form of a sword which seemed to have traversed countless ages, extending into the present. Grasping this sword seal, Shun Lingzi casually brandished it, the sword light that resembled water instantly enveloping the spirit inheritance region. All of Broad Creed Mountain resembled bugs that had been frozen in amber, unable to move. Beneath the circulation of the clear Chi Grand Formation, the heavens and earth that seemed about to close up immediately stilled. The black hole formed of the sword light of the evil sword Tao Tai began to suffuse and dissipate as well. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. He indeed has a accompanying high-grade sacred artifact. The Northern Ocean clone suddenly roared towards the heavens, streams of radiance appearing above his head which shot into the horizon, manifesting as numerous runes which came together to form a massive spirit formation. On Heaven Rising Peak, Yuan Zhongfeng had already emerged from the Great Hall, spiritual light also shooting into the heavens above his head which manifested as runes. A spirit formation was formed in the air above Yuan Zhongfeng's head as well. While it was different from the one above Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's head, they were closely connected. The Northern Ocean clone actually abandoned the evil sword Tao Tai in his hand now, throwing this powerful high-grade sacred artifact towards Broad Creed Mountain down below. At the same time, a spear appeared in his hands. It was another high-grade sacred artifact, precisely the King Xian spear. Blazing fire surged, surrounding the Northern Ocean clone. The silhouette of the Tao Tai dissipated, the influence of the Kunpeng appearing, the momentum of overturning seas and shooting into the heavens surging. The evil sword Tao Tai landed on fire-leaving peak of Broad Creed Mountain's 8 peaks. There, radiance condensed into runes as well, establishing a spirit formation. On the thunder-shocking peak, a 4th spirit formation was established. As the Northern Ocean clone raised a hand, numerous weapons that flickered with spiritual light and emanated unusual auras flew out. These weapons hovered within the air, forming a formation. Formation artifacts forged of Grand Spirit Stone essence. The 4 great spirit formations in the air above Broad Creed Mountain rose in unison, expanding and combining as they transformed into an even more massive spirit formation. Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. To be continued. Chapter 866. The moment the formation was set up, Shun Lingzi's gaze instantly turned serious. This is the Tai Imperial Breaking Array? Shun Lingzi, who cultivated the Aeon Light heavenly scripture, recognized this powerful battle formation almost immediately. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone stood silently amid space, pointing the King Xian spear in his hand towards Shun Lingzi. You know your stuff. Clearly knowing that he would likely have to enter death seclusion after going to the vast ocean world this time, not being able to return even after a few years, how could Yin Zhaoge not have made arrangements? At this moment, atop Broad Creed Mountain's thunder-shocking peak, Feng Yinsheng wielded a black saber. Black flames wreathed her entire body, a dim blue color appearing within her pupils, resembling 2 dim suns. With the support of the cold sun divine saber, Feng Yunxing's aura surged and surged, and she actually seemed even more ferocious than the Tao Tai. On her head, there was a pure white crown. It was like a bright moon hanging high in the sky, emitting a cold and clear radiance. It was incomparably noble, a cold and noble aura, as well as a vicious and ruthless aura, interweaved on Feng Yunxing's body at the same time, and they were both extremely powerful. Feng Yunxing was the most suitable person to guard Yin Zhaoge as he headed to the vast ocean world. While she was still an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster now, she possessed the extreme Yin Crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber, possessing shocking strength. Coincidentally, these two divine weapons had the rare ability to adjust and control their own power, allowing them to descend to the lower realm without any restrictions. Still, Yin Zhaoge insisted that Feng Yunxing remain in the world beyond worlds. It wasn't that he didn't want Feng Yunxing to go with him. Instead, it was better for Feng Yunxing to remain in the world beyond worlds. Feng Yunxing wanted to cultivate as well. The environment of the world beyond worlds far surpassed that of the vast ocean world. If she went down to stand guard over Yin Zhaoge, it would be equivalent to slowing down her own cultivation. Staying in the world beyond worlds, if the Grand Qian dynasty made a move, she would be able to act. It was not just Feng Yunxing. Yin Zhaoge had intentionally left the evil sword Tao Tai behind as well, not actually leaving it for his Northern Ocean clone. On the other side of the fire-leaving peak, a giant beast with black and white fur was roaring at the sky. On its forehead, streams of black light interweaved and manifested into the shadow of a Tao Tai, fusing with its huge body. He opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying, devouring power came out from it. The evil sword Tao Tai returned to the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box, its aura not diminished in the slightest. At this moment, it landed on the forehead of this huge beast, the power of both sides faintly merging. It had always been seen that humans could use holy weapons. How many demonic beasts could use holy weapons if they did not transform in a human form? However, Pan Pan was clearly resonating with the evil sword Tao Tai. It had devoured the Tao Ye's heart blood and forged the evil sword Tao Tai with the Tao Ye's remnant soul. At this moment, it seemed to have fused into one, and its power continued to rise. As a pure-blooded mountain Pishio, Pan Pan was innately capable of controlling white fire and black water. As it grew stronger, its comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth also deepened. This lazy fellow who usually only knew how to act cute had actually mastered the Yin-Yang transformation Tao without a teacher due to his gifted bloodline. The Tao of Yin and Yang that Pan Pan was proficient in was somewhat different from the Taiji Yin-Yang palm and the Yin-Yang finger. While it was unable to play a decisive role, it would still be of some help to Yin Zhaoge in the process of deriving the Taiji Yin-Yang palm. At the same time, after devouring the Tao Ye's heart and the Tao Ye's heart and assimilating countless rare treasures, Pan Pan's strength could virtually contend against many seeing divinity martial saints. As Yin Zhaoge's steed, he was a natural protector. In fact, the mounts of many almighty powerhouses played a similar role in their daily cultivation, guarding and watching over their homes. This time, however, not only had Yin Zhaoge not brought anyone else to guard him, he had actually left Pan Pan behind as well. He had come precisely for this moment. It was so that he could free his father, Yin Di, to cultivate and roam when he should. Even if both father and son were not present, Broad Creed Mountain would still possess sufficient strength. If a powerful enemy attacked, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di would still be able to peacefully enter secluded cultivation, not being forced out of seclusion prematurely. At this moment, Yuan Zhengfeng, who had regained control over the Clear Qi Grand Formation, the Northern Ocean clone who wielded the King Xian Spear, Pan Pan, who had merged with the evil sword Tao Tai, Feng Yunxing, who wielded the extreme Yin Crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber. The four experts stood in four different directions, establishing the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation together. In the Eight Extremities world that year, Yin Di of the first level of the Martial Saint realm, Huang Guangli, an old Manamo of the second level of the Martial Saint Realm, and Song Wuliang of the first level of the Martial Saint Realm, who wielded the low-grade sacred artifact, the Jade Sea Pill Heart Sword, had stood in formation. Even as they had repelled the Flame Devil experts, they had also suppressed the encroachment of the Flame Devil world into the Eight Extremities world. Now, as Yuan Zhengfeng and the other three stood in formation, white spiritual light shooting into the skies, resisting that sword light that resembled the flowing water of time. Innumerable profound runes hovered amidst the dense white heavens and earth, inscribed within the air. The Tai Imperial breaking formation penetrated the variations of movement and stillness as it manifested infinite profundities. The extremities of movement and stillness combined, similarly analyzing the true intent of the flow of time. The power of the formation surged, the white light resisting the sword light up above. Broad Creed Mountain, which had originally seemed to have fallen silent, time frozen, instantly regaining its vitality. This formation has already attained a deep understanding of its profundities. Wielding the high-grade sacred artifact, the Light Een Sword Seal, a solemn look appeared within Shun Lingzi's gaze for the first time. It actually knows the Tai Imperial breaking formation. Even the Emperor only has a fragmented formation diagram. His sword intent was still vast and majestic, but it was blocked by the Tai Imperial breaking formation down below, as it was hard for it to be of any use. Yin Zhaoge and the others did not seek to counterattack. Even if they did, bolstered by the power of the Grand Formation, they might still not be able to harm Shun Lingzi, who possessed a supreme cultivation base and a high-grade sacred artifact. Broad Creed Mountain only had to stably defend their formation, such that Shun Lingzi was unable to do anything to them. Their two strongest experts from the rumors, that father and son pair, have yet to appear. Shun Lingzi frowned. Let's end this battle quickly lest there be any complications. He suddenly raised a hand, a streak of light flying into the air. The radiance expanded, transforming into specks of light. Enveloped by the specks of light, the space and time of the Spirit Inheritance region seemed to reverse. Originally, the Tai Imperial breaking formation had already been established, white light shooting into the skies. The next moment, however, the Tai Imperial breaking formation shockingly vanished. It was not that the formation had been broken. On fire-leaving peak, Pan Pan roared towards the heavens. On shocking Thunder Peak, Feng Yunsheng stood with a saber. On heaven-rising peak, Yuan Zhengfeng awaited solemnly. Within the sky, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was just about to take out a formation artifact forged of Grand Spirit Stone essence. This was clearly something that had already happened earlier. Shun Lingzi had not broken the formation. Instead, time actually flowed in reverse between the heavens and the earth where the specks of light enveloped. Shun Lingzi exhaled, approaching the Northern Ocean clone at lightning speed as he hacked towards those formation artifacts forged of Grand Spirit Stone essence. This miraculous treasure had given him a chance to redo things and make up for his mistake. Fortunately, this treasure only affected the heavens and earth of the outside world, not affecting the senses and memories of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Everyone immediately realized that something was wrong. Feng Yunxing's gaze was resolute. She virtually immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, landing on the cold sun divine saber. The black saber instantly transformed into all-encompassing black fire. The terrifying, dim, glorious, devilish qi enveloped Feng Yunxing's entire body, forming an existence that resembled armor in an instant, yet burning unceasingly. Feng Yunxing's aura surged madly once more. Meanwhile, the extreme Yin crown above her head erupted with light, displaying unprecedented radiance. An instant, just an instant. However, at this instant, the power of the extreme Yin crown skyrocketed, directly suppressing Shun Lingzi's light Yin sword seal. With this delay, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was already able to move, protecting the formation artifact before continuing to expand. The next moment, the power of the extreme Yin crown receded, the black fire armor on Feng Yunxing's body vanishing as her face paled somewhat. However, the Tai Imperial breaking formation was established once more. Amidst the all-encompassing white light, Shun Lingzi was forced into retreat once more, unable to advance any further. To be continued. Chapter 867. The Northern Ocean clone gazed at Shun Lingzi, that treasure just now. No wonder it could capture Gu Hong of the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm alive. Although it was only for an instant, it was a true reversal of time. It was a forceful reversal of time, erasing everything that had already happened, making everything start from the beginning. If not for the fact that Broad Creed Mountain still had a trump card which Feng Yunxiang had not hesitated in the slightest and had immediately made a move, the result of this battle might very well have been rewritten. If the soldiers used to set up the formation were destroyed, they would not be able to set up the Tai Imperial breaking formation. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others would be hard-pressed to resist the power of Shun Lingzi and the light Yin Sword Seal. In that case, Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di would only be able to leave seclusion prematurely, unleashing the power of the entire Broad Creed Mountain in a bloody battle with their opponents. At that time, even if he managed to force his opponent to retreat, in a sense, he would still have lost, because that would be equivalent to the opponent having won sufficient time, while Broad Creed Mountain would have wasted all their previous hard work for nothing. When the opponent was fully prepared and gathered an even stronger force to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. And now, the Tai Imperial breaking formation had transformed into a world of white light that enveloped the Spirit Inheritance region, forcefully keeping Shun Lingzi out. Shun Lingzi's expression was still calm, but his gaze became somewhat grave. Gazing at the Tai Imperial breaking formation before him that enveloped Broad Creed Mountain, he thought, no wonder Kong Ping and the others were able to be left in such a sorry state. There are truly no end of unexpected variables. He had only brought 2 reversal light divine stones with him this time. He had originally thought that he would only need to expend one to capture Gu Hong alive at most. Breaking through Broad Creed Mountain's defenses and capturing Yin Zhaoge would not be difficult at all. He had prepared an additional reversal light divine stone, just in case. Who would have thought that even after using the reversal light divine stone, he would still face a wall at the foot of Broad Creed Mountain? Shun Lingzi raised his head and gazed towards the western skies. This place is too close to Shadow Lin and the rest. Time is limited. King Xuanqing was still busy with the matter of the heaven-bearing Fekate formation in the capital and could not free himself for the time being. Seeing that he would not be able to break the Tai Imperial breaking formation within a short period of time, Shun Lingzi did not drag his feet, nor did he want to forcefully fight to the death in a fit of rage. He immediately retracted the light Yin Sword Seal and his sword light. Broad Creed Mountain, Taoism's East Peak, they're still far from being worthy of this title. However, although their cultivation bases aren't high, they have quite a lot of treasures. This old man was a bit hasty in coming here. Shun Lingzi glanced calmly at Broad Creed Mountain before turning and leaving. Since that is so, let's end things here for today. I had originally wanted to settle things with just one round, but from the looks of it now, I can only leave you all for last. His figure disappeared in the void, and the sword, well, that was like water, covered the sky, flowing quietly and leaving toward the southeast. Those of Broad Creed Mountain watched Shun Lingzi's departing figure, frowning in silence. The light of the Tai Imperial breaking formation had yet to disperse. Who knew if Shun Lingzi would suddenly turn around and attack? Yin Zhaoge had never been stingy in judging his enemies with the greatest evil intentions. The other party cultivated a martial art like the Time Stream Sword, and his speed was incredibly fast. If he wanted to launch a sneak attack, he would arrive in an instant. Still, looking in the direction in which Shun Lingzi had departed, the Northern Ocean clone muttered, heading for the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea. The Dim Darkness sect's newly established headquarters? I really have to circle the Royal Reed Sea in an anti-clockwise direction. Yuan Zhengfeng said in a heavy tone. The dim darkness sect will not be able to withstand it. Yin Zhaoge answered. They should have known this after receiving the news that Copperman Island had been breached. It is just a pity that they did not come to rendezvous with us. While Zhou Haoxing and the others did not know what exactly Yin Zhaoge had gained in the Battle of the Dim Radiant Mausoleum, seeing that the Radiant Light sect seemed to have suffered a great loss as well, they guessed that the one who had benefited was most likely Yin Zhaoge. In the dim darkness sect's guess, the dim radiant lamp had ultimately fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Comparing this to how they had been virtually destroyed by the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, suffering a great blow to their vitality, the dim darkness sect inevitably felt extremely complicated as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. While the enemy of an enemy was a friend, the two sides were natural allies due to the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. However, the dim darkness sect had always felt rather awkward and averse towards Yin Zhaoge and Broadcreed Mountain these past few years. When the news of Copperman Island's demise had spread, other than contacting the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Broadcreed Mountain had also contacted the dim darkness sect. It was just a pity that Shun Lingzi had been too fast, his actions too decisive. Breaching the North Sea Sword Pavilion had been as swift as a thunderstorm. Determining that they would not be able to breach Broadcreed Mountain's defenses within a short period of time, they had immediately left without further ado. Even if the dim darkness sect set aside their reservations and agreed to Broadcreed Mountain's suggestion, hurrying over to the Spirit Inheritance region to join forces, they would only be directly obstructed by Shun Lingzi now. If they had not accepted Broadcreed Mountain's suggestion and fled to the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, they might instead have been able to avoid this tribulation. The light of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation dissipated, the Northern Ocean clone landing back on the heaven-rising peak. He first looked at Feng Yunsheng. What was the situation? Feng Yunsheng had already kept the extreme Yin crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber now, her face pale as not the slightest hint of blood could be seen on it. It's not a big problem for now. I just need to recuperate for a period of time. The Northern Ocean clone shook his head. Unless there is no other choice, I would not want you to use this move. Sadly, the opponent just now indeed had some skills. Pan Pan had already shrunk back to the size of a panda at this moment, the viciousness on his face vanishing as his gaze turned gentle once more. It was just that he too had a fatigued look on his face as he carried the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box over to Feng Yunsheng's side, lying down and dozing off. Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Zhuan walked over. That direction Shun Lingzi left in. Now we can only hope that the dim darkness sect is blessed by the heavens. The Northern Ocean clone shook his head. We can defend a place. If we pursue, while the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation can move, it would be impossible for it to catch up to Shun Lingzi's speed. It was clearly impossible to hope that the dim darkness sect would be able to hold on for a little longer, delaying and obstructing Shun Lingzi for Yin Zhaoge and the others to catch up. Having personally clashed with Shun Lingzi, Yin Zhaoge could be certain that if the dim darkness sect were to directly face Shun Lingzi, they would be defeated in a short while. Even if Zhou Haoxing was armed to the teeth with a few high-grade sacred artifacts, it would still be useless. Yuan Zhengfeng sighed. Pay close attention to the movements over there. Now, we can only hope that you and Yin Di can emerge from seclusion as soon as possible. The Northern Ocean clone nodded silently. Feng Zhun now said, the other side has already decided to kill them all this time, thundering through their territory. King Xuanqing, however, has yet to make a move. Perhaps he is still worrying about that heaven-bearing Fekate formation. From the looks of it now, it was fortunate that you, Zhaoge, did not just trap Kong Ping's trio in the underwater palace of the clear scenic region, also slay the Qi Wei who is proficient in formations. He said slowly, otherwise, this wave of attacks from the other side would probably be two experts of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm moving together. The Northern Ocean clone's gaze was heavy. The Earth-Ocean lung crystals and other treasures that I plundered that year should have been collected by the Grand Xian dynasty again these past few years. King Xuanqing and the others might even have brought back sufficient treasures to set up the heaven-bearing FEK formation from outside the Royal Reed Sea. It is always the most difficult to set up the formation at the start, requiring peak experts who are proficient in formations to keep an eye on it at all times. Still, when the formation is on the right track and circulates stably, King Xuanqing will be able to extricate himself. The Northern Ocean clone gazed into the distance. It has already been a few years since King Xuanqing arrived here. That day is probably already not far away. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips. It's just that, by the time they finish preparing, we should be more or less done as well. Shenlingzi might not have realized that today is his best chance, and also his last chance. To be continued. Chapter 868. Shenlingzi came quickly and left quickly as well. As the light of water in the sky dissipated, Broad Creed Mountain instantly saw the light of day once more. However, the chaotic spiritual chi in the air indicated that an earth-shattering battle had just taken place here. While Broad Creed Mountain was completely safe, the situation in the Royal Reed Sea had already undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change once more. After the Dim Darkness sect had fallen and the headquarters of the Radiant Light sect had fallen, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island had been destroyed along with the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island. As compared to the Dim Darkness sect, who was struggling at death's door, and the Radiant Light sect, whose future was currently uncertain in the clear scenic region, the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Copperman Island were undoubtedly in an even more tragic state. Copperman Island, which had possessed the #1 defensive location in the Royal Reed Sea in the past, and had never been breached for thousands of years, had been directly exterminated. The only immortal bridge martial saint in the anti-Shin camp, the North Sea Sword Pavilion, was heading towards its end as well. Within Broad Creed Mountain, Yu Baoqi, who had originally come here to visit Sikong Qing as a guest for a few days, having avoided a great tribulation, was currently feeling extremely heavy. Although she had survived, her entire sect had been destroyed. Compared to rejoicing, Yu Baoqi felt more sorrow in her heart. Not only was Shenlingzi powerful, he had also utilized his advantage in speed to the maximum, such that the anti-Shin coalition and the Royal Reed Sea had been hard-pressed to reinforce each other as they were finally defeated one by one. While he had met with a wall at Broad Creed Mountain, Shenlingzi still swept through the Royal Reed Sea with a terrifying momentum. On Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Jingfeng and the others dealt with the aftermath of the battle, whilst also actively seeking news from the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea. The final result was within his expectations, but it was also unexpected. Facing a peak expert who was virtually not inferior to the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lied in the slightest, the Dim Darkness sect decisively cowered. After receiving the news that Copperman Island had been breached, the Dim Darkness sect had made a prompt decision to abandon their new headquarters, which had just been established a few years ago, and which had regained some of its former glory. With a great enemy before them, Zhou Haoxing and the others could not be bothered with some awkwardness as they prepared to first join up with Broad Creed Mountain and the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Unfortunately, as soon as they moved, they received news that the North Sea Sword Pavilion had also been breached. Zhou Haoxing and the others immediately blacked out. As compared to the area where the Dim Darkness sect was active, Broad Creed Mountain was closer to the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Clearly, Broad Creed Mountain would be Shenlingzi's next target. While Lin Hanhua and the other experts of Golden Court Mountain were stationed at the westernmost side of the Royal Reed Sea, facing off against the experts of the southern Blazing Heaven territory. However, if he wanted to head there, he would undoubtedly be blocked by Shenlingzi. Those of the Dim Darkness sect could only halt, returning to the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea. The disciples with low and middle cultivation bases spread out and hid themselves. Zhou Haoxing and the other higher echelon experts of the Dim Darkness sect simply intended to temporarily leave the Royal Reed Sea to seek refuge. Sadly, as the last major anti-Shin power that Shenlingzi had visited, the Grand Shin dynasty would not give the Dim Darkness sect the chance to retreat so leisurely. It was precisely in order to prevent the Dim Darkness sect from directly escaping while Shenlingzi was sweeping through the other three clans that the Grand Qian dynasty had dispatched two Lord Protectors, both of them experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Leading numerous martial practitioners of the Grand Qian dynasty, they had arrived at the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea ahead of time to surround and suppress the Dim Darkness sect. This time, the Grand Qian dynasty was truly determined to exterminate them all, completely purging their enemies of the Royal Reed Sea. No survivors, no captives. They would not even give their enemies a chance to flee. Entangled by the Grand Qian dynasty martial practitioners, Zhou Haoxing and the others retreated as they fought, unable to extricate themselves. Soon, the end of the world descended. After leaving Broad Creed Mountain, Shunlingzi quickly arrived at the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, Shunlingzi had not gone all out at the end of the day. Making use of the attention of Lin Hanhua and the others being drawn by the southern Blazing Heaven territory, he launched a sneak attack, swiftly sweeping through the Royal Reed Sea in a lightning-fast manner. Yin Zhaoge was on good terms with Golden Court Mountain. Gu Hong had helped Golden Court Mountain in capturing martial practitioners of the southern Blazing Heaven territory, and Lin Hanhua's previous residence in the Royal Reed Sea had been a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect. If it was just Copperman Island alone, it would be fine. With the other three clans facing the threat of extermination, Golden Court Mountain would very likely intervene. As opposed to avoiding the alliance of the anti-Xin powers, Shunlingzi's sudden attack this time was actually more for ending the battle before Lin Hanhua and the others intervened. However, Lin Hanhua had been decisive beyond his expectations as he had quickly set off after receiving the news. While he had not been able to make it in time for the battle at Broad Creed Mountain, after confirming that Broad Creed Mountain was safe, he had pursued them all the way to the Southern Sea. The two peak experts engaged in a brief yet intense battle in the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea. In the end, neither of them had been able to do anything to the other. Facing Shunlingzi's attack, Lin Hanhua had forcibly preserved the life of the chief of the Dim Darkness sect, Zhou Haoxing. However, in the course of the battle, the shockwaves had affected the North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong, who had lost the ability to protect himself after being captured, causing him to be heavily injured and on the verge of death. The two great sword cultivators confronted each other. In the end, Lin Hanhua retreated and returned to the Western Sea. Because of his temporary departure, the southern Blazing Heaven territory had become restless and was already closing in on the borders of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Shunlingzi and the others did not continue to pester him. However, following the North Sea and the East Sea, the southern regions of the Royal Reed Sea had all returned to the Grand Qian dynasty's control as well. Yuan Zhengfeng said, "I'm afraid that Golden Court Mountain really will not be able to care about the internal affairs of the Royal Reed Sea after this." The battle between the southern Blazing Heaven territory and the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had already reached the point where it could erupt at any moment as a war that was even greater than the internal conflict of the Royal Reed Sea might erupt at any moment. Fang Zhuan looked at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "There is a very important problem now. That wound to the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea that leads to the vast ocean world has already fallen under the control of the Grand Qian dynasty." The Northern Ocean clone answered, "Send all our martial practitioners in the vast ocean world back to the Eight Extremities world. As for me, there is no need to worry. Besides the few of us, no one knows where my true body is, including those of the vast ocean world. Even if the people of the vast ocean world tell them that I first appeared in the region of the bewildering Maze Sea, they would still not be able to find me. If the other party wanted to descend, they would have to suppress their cultivation bases to below the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm." The Northern Ocean clone said, "Not knowing the specific location beforehand, it would be very difficult for martial practitioners of the 3rd level of the Martial Saint realm to find me in the environment of the bewildering Maze Sea. I had considered this in mind when I chose that place to enter secluded cultivation back then. Secrecy is the greatest form of protection." As Yin Zhaoge, Fang Zhuan, and the others had predicted, the Grand Qian dynasty had indeed descended into the vast ocean world from the wound of the sky in the Phoenix-bearing region. Having long since been prepared for this, Broad Creed Mountain did not suffer any losses. Instead, it was Chongli Mountain who suffered a bit as they were forced to abandon their headquarters, their disciples scattering and hiding in regions of sea like the star-shifting sea and the bewildering maze sea to seek refuge. Other powers of the vast ocean world made use of this to make things difficult for them, causing Chongli Mountain to suffer greatly. It was only after half a year had passed in the world beyond worlds that Yindi emerged from seclusion and Broad Creed Mountain no longer had to gather manpower for the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation as Yuan Zhengfeng and Feng Yunsheng successively headed to the vast ocean world, that Chongli Mountain could finally hold its head up high. And as time passed, the day when Kong Ping and the others would be freed from the clear scenic region was already right before their eyes. They might be able to see the light of day any day now. One day, a figure suddenly descended from the sky in the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the city, when Shun Lingzi saw the newcomer, a faint smile appeared on his face. Junior Apprentice Brother Shi, welcome back from the extraterritorial void. Chapter 869. Within the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, apart from Shun Lingzi, there was also a middle-aged man who wore a dragon robe and a flat heavenly crown on his head, bearing an authoritative air. It was none other than King Xuanqing, who had left the royal reed sea after passing the throne to his son King Xuanmu, having returned a few years ago to rule the Grand Xian dynasty once more. He was a half-step behind Shenlingzi, similarly raising his head towards the sky and bowing. Senior Apprentice Uncle Shi, a white-haired, stooped old man, descended from the sky. Looking at King Xuanqing, the white-haired old man nodded slightly. Then his gaze turned to Shun Lingzi. Is it really the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation? Shun Lingzi nodded. It can't be wrong. This old man has also seen the incomplete formation diagram that the Emperor kept before. The white-haired old man shook his head repeatedly. I originally thought that everything here was already on the right track, and that we would be able to leave to handle other errands for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the juniors would be so disappointing, requiring us to return to clean up the mess? It is a small matter for us old men to rush about, but we are afraid of delaying the errands that the Emperor has ordered. King Xuanqing said in a heavy tone from the side. There is still a chance to make up for it. With Senior Apprentice Uncle Shi handling the heaven-bearing Fekate formation, we can join hands with Senior Apprentice Uncle Shenlingzi and get rid of those troublemakers. This white-haired old man was precisely Daoist Shi, who had entered the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shenlingzi that year. While he was currently still an early immortal bridge marshal saint, he had already been a formation grandmaster whose name shook the entire Royal Reed Sea more than a century ago. The white-haired old man said, this old man would like to personally experience that Broad Creed Mountain's Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. If I can complete the incomplete formation diagram of this peak battle formation for the Emperor, it can also be considered making up for the mistakes of the juniors here. Shun Lingzi said, the heaven-bearing Fekate formation has already basically stabilized over the past few years, returning to the right track. Junior Apprentice Brother Shi, make some more arrangements. I believe that there will no longer be a need for immortal bridge martial saints to watch over this place. The three of us will head to that Broad Creed Mountain together. Beneath Shun Lingzi's youthful appearance, an ancient voice resounded. That way, even if Shadow Mountain Lin intervenes, we will still have full confidence in breaking that Broad Creed Mountain. Daoist Shi nodded. Yes, this old man will go take a look at the Heaven Fekate array and the great array of the Imperial City. King Xuanqing said, the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region is already extremely unstable. Junior Apprentice brothers Gu Zhang and He Dongsheng, as well as apprentice nephew Kong Ping, could escape from there at any time. Shun Lingzi raised a hand, quietly looking at the reversal light divine stone that was flickering with a lustrous luster in the center of his palm. We need to get rid of the pests that are causing trouble, set things right as soon as possible, and get everything back on track. As time passed, the great battle between the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory finally officially erupted. Situated in the west of the Royal Reed Sea, close to the battlefield, Broadcreed Mountain was paying close attention to the movements of the Grand Xian dynasty, even as it was paying close attention to the situation in the west. In recent years, the attitude of the southern Blazing Heaven territory has been growing more and more unyielding. Feng Zhuan frowned as he said, "It is very likely that they have obtained powerful reinforcements." Yuan Zhengfeng said slowly, "It is most likely that major figure behind the Grand Xian dynasty." Opposite Yuan Zhengfeng sat a handsome man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s from the outside, his sideburns slightly gray. It was precisely Yin Di, who had already left seclusion. Yin Di said, "The southeastern exalt has powerful reinforcements as well. The higher echelons of both sides are still unceasingly restraining each other. The great battle that has erupted down below is more of a probing the strength and foundation of the other side. Now, the crux of the matter is still up to us." He swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. "Zhaoge, how are you doing?" The Northern Ocean clone smiled, pointing upwards with his right index finger. "I am already coming up." Hearing Yin Zhaoge say, "coming up," those of Broadcreed Mountain immediately understood what he meant as their spirits rose. At this moment, in the southern Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea, the heavens and the earth shook unceasingly as a glowing crevice slowly opened amid space. The wound of the sky was ripped apart, the power of dimensions pressuring and overlapping unceasingly as a shocking force was emitted. The Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who were stationed nearby were all shocked. That was the sign of someone surpassing the third level of the martial saint realm in the vast ocean world that the wound of the sky led to, wanting to ascend to this world beyond worlds. In the bewildering maze sea of the vast ocean world, a glorious pillar of light shot straight into the horizon. With the bewildering maze sea as its center, numerous ripples condensed to the point of being tangible expanded unceasingly throughout the entire vast ocean world. Where the ripples passed, they swept through the surrounding area. Seawater surged to the heavens as the seabed could be seen. The winds and clouds in the sky broke apart, the sun and moon changing color. The great earth collapsed and quaked, mountain peaks collapsing. The vast ocean world martial practitioners all gazed fearfully in the direction of the bewildering maze sea. They found it hard to understand what had caused such terrifying changes that resembled the end of the world. In the impression of the vast ocean world martial practitioners, this was simply like the repeated heavenly tribulations of the heavens and the earth that had been recorded in the ancient texts. Now, everyone already knew that it had been caused by the Dragon Tomb. However, the Dragon Tomb had long since ceased to exist. Why would there still be such changes? Suddenly, in the bewildering maze sea, a pillar of light shot into the heavens as a figure surfaced from within, rising up into the sky. At this moment, in the entire vast ocean world, everywhere beneath the heavens, everyone in every corner of the world could see that pillar of light, that figure. Traceless Cloud Dragon King. Traceless Cloud Yin. It's him. He's in the vast ocean world. Everyone in the vast ocean world came to a sudden realization. Due to the descent of the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, those who already knew of the existence of the world beyond worlds all felt rather upset. The first person of their vast ocean world to ascend to the world beyond worlds was an outsider. Still, after a short period of silence, more and more people still bowed solemnly towards that figure who had risen into the sky. Congratulations on the Traceless Cloud Dragon King's ascension. Congratulations on the Traceless Cloud Dragon King. Congratulations. More and more cheers resounded throughout the vast ocean world, gradually converging to form the sound of the heavens and the earth. The figure within the pillar of light gradually vanished. That pillar of light that originated from the bewildering maze sea instantly thickened and expanded, enveloping the entire vast ocean world as all was white before everyone's eyes. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, the wound of the sky in the Royal Reed Sea's Phoenix-bearing region was ripped apart once more, the crack expanding unceasingly. The majestic pillar of light shot out, piercing straight into the horizon of the world beyond worlds as well, illuminating the surrounding area. Everyone in the vicinity was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as they began to doubt their earlier judgment. How could there be such a major disturbance in the ascension of a fourth-level martial saint from the lower worlds? Could something else have happened? Far to the west of the Phoenix-bearing region, the rampaging, endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region suddenly calmed. The surface of the vast sea down below suddenly collapsed. A massive whirlpool appeared in the center of the great sea as seawater surged downwards unceasingly. At the bottom of the sea, a seemingly still black hole distorted intensely before finally dissipating into nothingness. Amidst the chaos of space, several figures were flung helplessly into the surroundings. To be continued. Chapter 870. At the bottom of the Royal Reed Sea's clear scenic region, the collapse of the black hole had caused space and time at the bottom of the sea to be thrown into disorder. The people who had been trapped in the black hole were thrown in different directions. Other than Kong Ping and the other experts of the Grand Qin dynasty, there was also the Radiant Light sect's Luo Ziyuan and some other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners who had escaped as well. Luo Ziyuan, who was originally being chased by Kong Ping and the others, immediately fled far away after understanding the situation in front of him. The black hole shattered, and Kong Ping and the others were thrown in different directions. It was difficult for them to catch up immediately. Having barely managed to extricate themselves, Luo Ziyuan's group first found some small to mid-sized powers in the vicinity of the clear scenic region, understanding the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Hearing that Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had domineeringly slain King Xuanmu that year, occupying the Spirit Inheritance region where the Radiant Light sect had once been located, Luo Ziyuan and the others could only feel stifled within their chests. Hearing that King Xuanqing and Shan Lingzi had both returned to the Royal Reed Sea, sweeping through the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copperman Island, and the Dim Darkness sect, while Broad Creed Mountain remained standing, those of the Radiant Light sect felt even more upset. Such a Broad Creed Mountain was already not something that the Radiant Light sect could stand against. In the past, that small sect of the Radiant Light sect that had looked down on them in the lower worlds had, in these short few years, already reached a height that they had to look up to. Meanwhile, not only had King Xuanqing and Shan Lingzi not perished, they had also returned to the Royal Reed Sea. Kong Ping and the other two great immortal bridge martial saints had also broken free, the pressure brought about by this suffocating the Radiant Light sect. While he was very unwilling to admit it, Luo Ziyuan's rationality told him that even if Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Qin dynasty, the two massive entities currently clashing within the Royal Reed Sea, were both heavily injured, it would still be very hard for his Radiant Light sect to take advantage of them. Looking at them, Luo Ziyuan said in a heavy tone after a long time, "We need to first leave the Royal Reed Sea. Whether the Grand Qin dynasty or Broad Creed Mountain one, it would clearly be hard for the Radiant Light sect to gain a foothold in the Royal Reed Sea." Everyone was silent. Then, they sighed and nodded silently. But it won't end just like that. Luo Ziyuan's gaze suddenly sunk, incomparably cold, whether it is Broad Creed Mountain or the Grand Qin dynasty. Very quickly, the news spread throughout the entire Royal Reed Sea within the shortest possible period of time, even spreading to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and even other parts of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. It was not that the Radiant Light sect, which was struggling at death's door, had such a powerful information network. Instead, it was the news itself. It was shocking and explosive. In the past, the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia, who had once left behind a great legacy in the world beyond worlds, had left behind a supreme treasure, an immortal weapon. The world beyond worlds was unlike lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating gate world. Here, low-grade sacred weapons and even mid-grade sacred weapons were legendary existences to ordinary people. However, to martial saints, they were not so rare and precious as long as they had the support of a powerful enough faction. Comparatively rarer and rarer were high-grade sacred artifacts. Due to the scarcity of the raw materials and the difficulty in forging them, immortal bridge martial saints would not be able to obtain one on average. What was even rarer than high-grade saint artifacts were immortal artifacts. To most martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds, they were legendary existences, let alone possessing them. Even those who had seen them before were few and far between. Now, the whereabouts of an immortal artifact had suddenly been revealed, so how could it not cause the crowd to be agitated and draw the attention of the entire world? According to the news released by the Radiant Light sect, this immortal artifact had previously been kept within the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. Besides the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, there had been another person who had entered the Dim Radiant Mausoleum back then. Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge. Given the current situation of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, it was obvious who the immortal artifact had ended up in. The Radiant Light sect had previously concealed the news of the Dim Radiant Wheel, as they had always harbored the desire to wrest that supreme treasure from Yin Zhaoge's hands. They naturally did not wish for others to learn of it, lest even more powerful experts come to fight over it. Anyway, with Yin Zhaoge's previous cultivation base, he had not been able to wield the Dim Radiant Wheel. However, things are different now. While he felt stifled to the point of dripping blood, Luo Zuan had to admit that he would not be able to wrest the Dim Radiant Wheel from Yin Zhaoge's hands. Even if Yin Zhaoge was defeated and killed by the Grand Qin dynasty, the Dim Radiant Wheel would also fall into their hands, with the Radiant Light sect still having no chance at all. Since that was so, they might as well just go their separate ways. After spreading the news, Luo Zuan and the others speedily left the territory of the Royal Reed Sea. Since they had already decided to leave, those of the Radiant Light sect no longer hesitated. Sadly, they were still unable to leave in the end. It was just that the ones who had captured them were neither Broad Creed Mountain nor the Grand Qin dynasty. Luo Zuan and the others inhaled a breath of cold air as they looked at that massive hand which had broken through the boundaries of the heavens and the earth and extended from amid space. That palm was so massive that it seemed like it could easily grasp even the stars in the sky. The palm was transparent, with countless tiny specks of light flickering and moving unceasingly within, resembling the starry sky up in the sky. Seeing this hand, those of the Radiant Light sect all knew who it was. It was one of the peak experts of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory beneath the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia, the late immortal bridge martial saint, the star-plucking practitioner Guanlide. Faced with such an expert, Luo Zuan and the others would have no way out. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they might not be able to succeed. The massive hand blocked the path of those of the Radiant Light sect. Luo Zuan and the others did not resist, as they obediently halted. Seeing this, the other party did not go overboard as he retracted his palm. The next moment, a thin middle-aged scholar appeared before Luo Zuan and the others, asking mildly, "The immortal artifact left behind by the Dim Radiant Emperor is with that Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge?" King Xuanqing pondered. Immortal artifact? Could it be fake news? I cannot say for sure whether there is an immortal artifact or not. After all, even if Yin Zhaoge keeps it, he would still be unable to activate its power with his cultivation base. The one who had spoken was none other than Kong Ping. Beside him, He Dongsheng and Gu Zhang both had gloomy expressions on their faces. Kong Ping continued, "Still, I heard that he indeed went to search for the Dim Radiant Mausoleum with the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect." Shun Lingzi said, "After destroying Broad Creed Mountain and capturing and killing the Yin Zhaoge, everything will be answered. Instead, there seems to be unusual activity in the Phoenix-bearing region of the South Sea." Hearing his words, King Xuanqing said slowly, "The most special place there is where Yin Zhaoge first appeared in the world beyond worlds. There's a wound of the sky that leads to a lower world. We have searched there before, but the clues are limited." A hint of gloominess flickered within his gaze. From the looks of it now, the Yin Zhaoge is likely hiding in this lower world where time flows faster than in the world beyond worlds. Now, he has ascended to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky there. Shenlingzi's gaze scanned everyone before finally landing on Taoist Shi. Taoist Shi said mildly, "This old man is still more interested in the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation." Shenlingzi said, "This old man originally wanted to take care of them personally, cleansing my humiliation. Since junior apprentice brother Shi has said so, let this old man make a trip to the South Sea." Kong Ping now said slowly, "I will go, Grandmaster." Glancing at him, Shenlingzi nodded slowly before striding forth, transforming into a streak of light as he directly vanished from spot. Kong Ping's frown eased as he too transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the spot. The gazes of the others continued gazing down below. Gazing down at Broad Cree Mountain, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners who resembled black clouds pressuring down on a city all gazed at Broad Cree Mountain. Taoist Shi's old body seemed to be filled with vigor once more. He calmly waved his hand downwards. "Let's begin." Chapter 871. While Shenlingzi and Kong Ping had left at the same time, those of the Grand Xian dynasty had no objections, because King Xuanqing was still here. While he was inferior to Shenlingzi, King Xuanqing was still an expert of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Broad Creed Mountain had previously used the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to block Shenlingzi, but it might not be so convenient this time. Taoist Shi was the answer. While he was only an early immortal bridge martial saint, let alone the Royal Reed Sea, let alone the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, even amongst the immortal bridge martial practitioners of the entire world beyond worlds, Taoist Shi was one of the top existences in terms of attainments and formations. Without the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, how would Broad Creed Mountain block King Xuanqing and the other experts of the Grand Xian dynasty with? Martial practitioners who were able to walk to the immortal bridge stage were all supreme geniuses who could fight one against many when they were at a lower cultivation level. All of them cultivated in supreme martial arts that were hard to come by. The higher the level, the smaller the gap between martial artists of the same realm, and the greater the gap between martial artists of different realms. It had become extremely difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. There were always a few people who could create miracles. Shenlingzi would be able to surpass the gap between the immortal bridge and seeing divinity, resisting experts of the 7th level of the martial saint realm as a 6th level martial saint. Still, against an opponent of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, even with the protection of a high-grade sacred artifact, he would only be able to escape unscathed. If he did not have a sacred artifact, he would definitely be defeated, his life in danger. This was already a miracle that countless people could only dream of. Miracles were miracles because they were rare. Taoist Shi waved his hands casually. Gu Zhang and he Dongsheng first bowed in greeting before descending towards Broad Creed Mountain. Two sword lights that resembled long rivers of time descended, instantly transforming into a barrier of sword light that enveloped Broad Creed Mountain. Where the radiance passed, the flow of time in the heavens and earth surrounding Broad Creed Mountain instantly slowed. At this moment, it was as if time had been frozen. While they were not as powerful as Shenlingzi, the combined attacks of two immortal bridge martial saints still resembled the pressure of Mount Tai. But at this moment, the entire world shook. A bright saber light shot into the skies from Broad Creed Mountain's heaven-rising peak, with the momentum of breaking through the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, Gu Zhang and he Dongqing's time, flowing sword's long river of sword light, was forcibly split apart. The saber light was like the momentum of the world, the tide of the era advancing. It was unstoppable and unrivaled. Even the flow of time seemed to be subdued before this vast will. A figure rose from the heaven-rising peak. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a handsome face with graying sideburns. On the purple saber in his hand, the silhouettes of true dragons coiled and let out deafening roars. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yendi. At this moment, Yendi's entire body flickered with light, his saber chi piercingly cold. Taoist Shi frowned. the sixth level of the martial saint realm, late seeing divinity stage. According to the words of the younger generation, this person should have ascended to the world beyond worlds less than 5 years ago. Before he could finish his thoughts, he saw a shocking scene. After cleaving apart the long river of sword light from the time-flowing sword, that terrifying saber light of Yin Di's did not cease in its momentum as it hacked straight towards Gu Zhang and He Dongqin. Two experts of the seventh level of the martial saint realm who had already ascended the immortal bridge had actually been unable to stand against an opponent who was still a seeing divinity martial saint. The young opponent in front of them not only had an unimaginably fast cultivation speed, his strength was also extremely tyrannical. Beside Taoist Shi, King Xuanqing did not speak as he gazed coldly at Yin Di. Ever since Yin Di had ascended to the world beyond worlds, there had actually only been one battle in which he had truly clashed with someone. It was also that battle that had caused Yin Di's name to spread throughout the 4 seas when he had just arrived in the higher worlds, truly making a name for himself with a single battle. In that battle, Yin Di had domineeringly slain the third monarch of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xuanmu. In other words, King Xuanqing's son of the first wife. The reason why Xinlingzi had left so readily and gone to investigate the situation in the South Sea was because he knew that there was someone here who wanted to take down Broad Creed Mountain even more than he did, wanting to slaughter Broad Creed Mountain completely. Raging flames surged soundlessly, instantly covering the skies of the virtuous spirit region. In the sea below, the seawater evaporated rapidly and the sea level plummeted. Because of the change in climate, the surrounding sea also stirred up storms, tsunamis, and the sky collapsed. King Xuanqing strode forward, shocking the heavens with a momentum that was even more terrifying than the combined forces of Gu Zhang and He Dongqin. Fire in the air, fire in stone, fire in wood, samadhi fire, fire the human realm, the 5 fires incinerating heavens. Phoenix, blue swan, great rock, peacock, white crane, swan, owl, 7 fowl filled the sky. A storm of flames that incinerated the heavens and extinguished the earth converged at a single point, the tip of the storm transforming into a violent spear that stabbed towards Yin Di. As a mid-immortal bridge martial saint executed the 5-fire true art and the 7 foul-treasured spear, the momentum far surpassed that of King Xuanmu, Yao Hai, and Yang Zhaozhen. Having personally slain King Xuanmu, Yin Di could feel this extremely clearly. Faced with the storm of flames before him, the flame devil world of the past was like an insignificant ember. Beneath King Xuanqing's spear, the roiling waves of heat caused everyone else on Broad Creed Mountain to feel suffocated despite being protected by the clear Qi Grand Formation. While it was not as miraculous and unfathomable as Xunlingzi's attacks, this spear of King Xuanqing's was even more direct and ferocious. Even the spectators were like this, let alone Yin Di, who was facing it head-on. However, faced with such a ferocious attack, Yin Di's expression did not change as his response was the same as usual. Who cares how miraculous you are, how ferocious you are, I will strike down with a saber. The majestic saber light shot into the skies, mightily colliding with the spear formed of the storm of flames up above. The expressions of Taoist Shi and the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners changed drastically. Before their eyes, it was actually Yin Di's saber light that was gradually breaking through King Xuanqing's spear at a speed that could be clearly seen with the naked eye. This saber opened the heavens and split the earth apart, also destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. It was as though the process of creation of the heavens and earth was being played out, unstoppable and undefiable. This concept had been integrated into every single one of Yin Di's moves ever since he had attained major accomplishment in his martial true intent. Looking coldly at this scene, King Xuanqing said in an indifferent tone, "This king does not believe that you can keep on attacking like this." His hands did not cease as he substituted spears with fists, resembling a tempestuous storm as thousands of spears instantly descended. Violent flames rampaged throughout the entire sky, sweeping through space. Raising his head to look at King Xuanqing up above, Yindi's gaze seemed like he was looking down on him. The next moment, saber light similarly erupted consecutively, not giving way in the slightest as it broke through all of King Xuanqing's spear moves without any hesitation, even unceasingly counterattacking. King Xuanqing's gaze turned cold. How is this possible? Even if Yindi possessed supreme techniques that far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level and strength, such attacks should have been extremely taxing on him, as he should not be able to withstand a protracted battle. How could such attacks that surpassed the limits of a seeing divinity martial saint be able to be so unceasing and endless? Yet, reality was just this cruel to the point that King Xuanqing of the 8th level of the martial saint realm found it hard to believe. Yindi's gaze was clear as he inhaled and exhaled through his nose. 2 streams of qi, one white and one black, surrounded his entire body, circulating unceasingly. Such powerful attacks that surpassed one's limits were indeed unable to be sustained for long. However, Yindi was currently cultivating in the yin-yang heavenly scripture that Yin Zhaoge had provided. Possessing the laws of the heavens and the earth as yin and yang circulated, the rate of his true essence recovery similarly far surpassed that of ordinary people. The saber light hacked through the all-encompassing flames with the momentum of splitting the heavens. Yindi strode atop space, rising all the way as he directly arrived before King Xuanqing, chopping out with his saber. Amidst the disbelieving gazes of those of the Grand Qian dynasty, it was shockingly King Xuanqing who stumbled backwards. To be continued. Chapter 872. Taoshi was no longer at ease. Unlike King Xuanmu, who had already been injured in the 8 extremities world back then, this was unlike King Xuanmu, who had been at the seeing divinity stage just like the newly ascended Yindi. This King Xuanqing before him was an expert of the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage, having experienced countless battles. Still, Yindi had not relied on formations, had not relied on geography, had not relied on high-grade sacred artifacts. The saber in his hand was the heavenly dragon saber that he had reforged after ascending to the seeing divinity realm. It was a mid-grade sacred artifact. Relying solely on his own strength, one man and one saber, he forced King Xuanqing into retreat again and again. Yindi was unforgiving, his saber forming a chain of sabers that resembled the great tides of an era, sweeping through the heavens and the earth as he advanced, unstoppable. He strode forward and instantly rushed in front of King Xuanqing, a saber cleaving down again. At this moment, King Xuanqing's expression was solemn. Any underestimation or carelessness had vanished into thin air. The anger and resentment brought about by the murder of his son were all swept away. All negative emotions that could possibly affect one's judgment and mental state were instantly purged from King Xuanqing's mind. All that was left was the calmness and fighting spirit of a powerful cultivator facing another powerful opponent. Seeing that Yindi had arrived before him, King Xuanqing was fully alert, actually not evading as he forcibly received Yindi's saber with his own body. A treasured light suddenly lit up on his body as a suit of battle armor helped him to block Yindi's saber. The armor was engraved with the patterns of 7 birds, and the 5 flames were surging. A high-grade saint artifact. While King Xuanmu had lost the King Xian spear, in returning to the Royal Reed Sea this time, King Xuanqing had brought back a 5 fires, 7 foul armor for himself. Together with the King Xian spear, one attacking while the other defending, King Xuanqing had always been waiting for this day. Other than taking revenge on Yindi and all of Broadcreed Mountain, he also wanted to wrest back the King Xian spear. An immortal bridge martial saint fully unleashed the power of a high-grade sacred artifact. Dawned on King Xuanqing. The 5 fires, 7 foul armor displayed shocking defensive power. Even as he forcibly received Yindi's saber, King Xuanqing immediately stabbed towards Yindi's chest with his spear. At such a close distance, His speed was extraordinarily fast, as his fist that resembled the tip of a great spear instantly struck Yendi's chest. Yendi's empty left hand shot out at lightning speed, grabbing onto King Xuanqing's arm, preventing the other party's spear from advancing any further. However, that terrifying flame turned into a spear, wanting to forcefully penetrate his body. Yendi was unafraid as he exhaled and roared. White, green, black, red, and yellow lights shone from his torso as he roared. They originated from his 5 internal organs. Within Yendi's body, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys seemed to reside 5 divinities, 5 heavenly emperors. The power of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, circulated, their vitality surging. Their powerful defense and recovery abilities worked together, forcibly blocking King Xuanqing's attack. The life, creation, heavenly scripture, the 5 elements' origin, immortal body. King Xuanqing was shocked. Yendi met his gaze coldly, the saber in his right hand spinning, directly chopping toward the enemy's arm that his left hand was gripping. Open! King Xuanqing roared, concentrating the defensive power of the 5 fires, 7 foul armor onto his bracer as he forcibly resisted Yendi's saber once more. He executed a spear barehandedly with his other hand, resembling a venomous dragon leaving its cave as he stabbed towards Yendi from below. Yendi kicked out, landing a kick on King Xuanqing's elbow. It was not just his saber arts. Each and every one of Yendi's moves seemed to condense the momentum of the heavens and the earth, destroying all that stood in his way. After blocking King Xuanqing's attack, Yendi released King Xuanqing's other hand before his figure abruptly spun. The heavenly dragon saber was raised high into the air. Wielding it with both hands, Yendi chopped down towards King Xuanqing's head. The sky above the spirit inheritance region seemed to shatter at this moment, the winds and clouds surging as the entire heavens and earth seemed to shatter into pieces. The scenes were still the same as before, yet they were already shattered. It was as if these heavens and earth were a painting on a piece of porcelain. And now, the porcelain had shattered. The fragments of the heavens and earth flew to the sides of Yendi's saber before being swept along once more, trapping it behind the saber as it hacked towards King Xuanqing alongside this saber. King Xuanqing emitted a muffled groan, the defensive power of the 5 fires, 7 foul armor being pushed to the maximum. A mid-grade, sacred artifact spear appeared. He raised it high above his head, bolstering it with the spiritual power of the 5 fires, 7 foul armor as it blocked Yendi's saber. Amidst a boom, infinite flowing fire and saber chi shot into the surroundings. The great sea of the spirit inheritance region, which had already been roiling and roiling in the first place, was now overturned by the heavens and the earth. At the center where the forces intersected, the spear in King Xuanqing's hand was directly split into 2, breaking into 2, while he was protected by the 5 fires, 7 foul armor. His chi and blood roiled as he was jolted backwards. Meanwhile, Gu Zhang and He Dongsheng did not interfere in the battle between Yendi and King Xuanqing, as they instead shot towards Broad Creed Mountain once more. On Broad Creed Mountain, the radiance of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation lit up once more, shooting straight into the skies. Seeing this, Daoist Shi could no longer be bothered with Yendi and King Xuanqing, as he instead earnestly observed the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. He had once carefully analyzed the incomplete formation diagram, also frequently interacting with Shun Lingzi, who cultivated in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. Looking at the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation now, he instantly saw through many things. Daoist Shi brandished his hands, instantly inscribing countless profound runes amid space. The runes intermingled, transforming into a massive spirit formation. Streams of spiritual light appeared in the surroundings of the Royal Reed Sea, the Spirit Inheritance region, and the Desert Mountain region, and elsewhere. These spiritual lights surrounded the Spirit Inheritance region, resonating with the runes inscribed by Daoist Shi. In the next moment, A formation that was even larger than the entire virtuous spirit region was completely formed, enclosing everyone within it. The depths of the sea quaked as a strange beast emerged from the depths of the sea, traversing the seawater and surfacing to the surface. It was an old turtle, red and black in color, as it had the head of a bird and the tail of a snake. Its name was the cyclone turtle, being a very rare demon race currently. This cyclone turtle was a spirit pet that Taoist sure had reared. The cyclone turtle appeared, the patterns on its shell inscribed with the marks of time. Now, spirit patterns lit up on its shell as well, combining with the grand formation currently enveloping Broad Creed Mountain. Numerous red and black rings of light suffused the heavens and the earth, unceasingly corroding the white light manifested of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. Beneath the effects of this formation, the power of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation began to decline, gradually being suppressed and dispelled. Without the suppression of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, the Grand Xian Dynasty experts led by Gu Zhang and He Dongxing instantly released their shackles, beginning to forcibly attack Broad Creed Mountain. Still, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone wielded the King Xian Spear, directly blocking Gu Zhang's path. The other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners were not flustered as they joined forces to obstruct He Dongxing and the other Grand Xian experts, the battle falling into a stalemate for a time. On the other side, Yin Di glanced downwards, suddenly striking out viciously with another saber as he temporarily repelled King Xuanqing. Then he spun at lightning speed, striding out as he instantly arrived before He Dongxing before chopping out with his saber. He Dongxing was greatly shocked, not daring to hesitate in the slightest due to his accurate judgment as he immediately gave up on his opponents, transforming into a streak of light as he dodged to the side. However, as Yin Di's saber that opened the heavens slashed out, He Dongxing still emitted a tragic groan. That sword light that resembled a flowing river was instantly dyed with a layer of blood. To be continued. Chapter 873. Amidst space, beneath Yin Di's saber, the early immortal bridge martial saint He Dongxing was instantly injured. Taoist Shi's expression was solemn as he pointed in the air. In the void, red and black light intertwined and instantly turned into an irregularly shaped hexagon, protecting He Dongxing like a shield. As Yin Di's saber hacked onto that shield of light, it immediately shattered. However, He Dongxing had already made use of this to escape. Like a stream of light, he quickly fled far away, putting some distance between them. On the other side, King Xuanqing's will was firm and decisive as he did not hold back against Yin Di in the slightest due to their earlier clash. At the same time that Yin Di changed direction, King Xuanqing immediately switched from defense to attack, pursuing closely behind Yin Di. Now that Yin Di was obstructed by Taoist Shi's Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, King Xuanqing's attack instantly arrived behind him. At the same time, more than one red-black shield of light appeared, surrounding Yin Di from all directions. Where the light shield passed, space was completely locked down, joining forces to imprison Yin Di where he was. A cold light flickered in Yin Di's eyes, his saber light surging as he vaguely displayed the effects of the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. His own speed seemed to have suddenly sped up as the movements of his surrounding opponents all vaguely slowed by a beat. He raised his shoulder and took King Xuanqing's spear head-on. The initial 5 elements deific immortal body that he had obtained from cultivating the life creation heavenly scripture once more displayed its formidable defensive power, blocking King Xuanqing's attack. At the same time, a majestic saber light lit up as Yin Di broke through the restrictive power of the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, killing his way out of the encirclement. King Xuanqing and Taoist Shi both had grave expressions on their faces. Taoist Shi put his palms together and pushed them forward. Between heaven and earth, streams of red and black light crisscrossed, manifesting irregularly shaped shields of light that looked like pieces of turtle shells. A total of 49 tortoise shells appeared, coinciding with the number of Dian appearing in the void. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Divination formation was activated to the maximum by Taoist Shi. The virtuous spirit region, as well as the surrounding void, seemed to have been split into 49 portions at this moment, no longer connected to one another. Under the operation of the formation, the size and range of each void constantly changed, allowing Taoist Shi to control it as he pleased. Beneath the effects of the Heaven-Earth Divination formation, whenever Yin Di attacked his opponent, he would discover that the distance between them seemed to instantly become incomparably far. All of the calculations he had made regarding distance, speed, and time when he had attacked earlier were all meaningless. And when King Xuanqing and the others attacked him, the distance between them instantly shrank to the point of almost disappearing, catching him off guard. The others of Broadcreed Mountain were also facing the same problem. Caught off guard, he almost suffered a great loss. A cold light flickered within Yin Di's eyes as the momentum of his saber skyrocketed. Under the illumination of the saber light, cracks immediately appeared on the red-black tortoise shell. However, King Xuanqing decisively charged over now, relying on the defensive power of the high-grade sacred artifact, the 5 Fires 7 Foul Armor, to forcibly resist Yin Di's saber head-on. With the help of the Heaven and Earth Divination formation, it made things much easier for him. And with him blocking the blade in front, it bought Taoist Shi some time. While Yin Di's saber light shook the Heaven-Earth Divination formation unceasingly, with King Xuanqing's interference, Taoist Shi was able to unceasingly repair and adjust the formation, causing it to continue circulating. From the start of the battle, Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone's attention had always been on Taoist Shi. His opponent was indeed worthy of being a Grand Master of formations amongst the immortal bridge martial saints of the entire world beyond worlds. Even as he dispelled the Tai Imperial breaking formation, he had even been able to reverse the situation and establish such a grand formation. Looking like the Spear Inheritance region would soon become the Grand Xian dynasty's home ground. Not being Yin Zhaoge himself, he would not be able to analyze the intricacies of the variations of the formation. Still, after observing the Heaven-Earth Divination formation for a moment, Yin Zhaoge suddenly moved. The Northern Ocean clone raised the King Xian spear, directly abandoning Gu Zhang before virtually teleporting, his spear stabbing out amid space where there were no enemies. Yet, with this single spear, the circulation of the Heaven-Earth Divination formation instantly slowed slightly. Taoist Shi's expression suddenly changed. Of the 50 divination numbers, 9 out of 40 were used, with the Grand Unity not being used. The Heaven-Earth Divination formation possessed the great power of shifting the cosmos. Yet, its core, the position of the Grand Unity, was not fixed as it was constantly changing. Restricting the position of the Grand Unity would affect the entire formation. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone spear was precisely aimed at the position of the Grand Unity. As the circulation of the entire Grand Formation slowed slightly, the first to feel the changes was Yin Di. As the saber descended, King Xuanqing was unable to block it in time, as a few tortoise shells instantly shattered mightily. Taoist Shi's figure rapidly descended onto the back of the cyclone turtle down below, his palm striking the actual tortoise shell. Streams of light flew up from the back of the cyclone turtle, rapidly replenishing the Heaven-Earth Divination formation. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone traversed amidst space, unceasingly capturing the constantly changing position of the Grand Unity. Gu Zhang chased after him, the sword light of the time, flowing sword extraordinarily fast. While the Northern Ocean clone excelled in speed, he was still lacking in cultivation base at the end of the day, as Gu Zhang very quickly caught up to him. The next moment, however, Gu Zhang suddenly felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, as he virtually unconsciously retreated to evade. Indeed, Yin Di's figure spun, already arriving before him as he slashed out with a saber. It was all thanks to King Xuanqing's assistance that Gu Zhang managed to escape this tribulation. In the lands of the Spirit Inheritance region, the battle between the two sides was nearing its climax. Now, however, the skies suddenly shook. Space mightily broke apart as a massive star-plucking hand extended out from amidst the shattered darkness of space. That palm glowed with starlight as numerous stars seemed to circulate within, massive to the point of obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. With such an obvious characteristic, both sides instantly realized the identity of this third party who had suddenly appeared. The star-plucking practitioner Guan lied, a late immortal bridge martial saint. The giant starlight hand stopped in the sky and didn't descend immediately. The figure of a middle-aged scholar appeared, gazing down at Broad Creed Mountain down below. Is Yin Zhaoge here? Both sides were rather wary of the sudden arrival of Guan Lied, as they remained vigilant against this uninvited guest. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had been about to answer when Yin Di had already spoken first. What is it that you have come to find my son Zhaoge for? After repelling King Xuancheng with a saber, he exhaled slowly as he gazed at Guan Lied. While he had asked this, Yin Di had already basically guessed the other party's intentions in coming. When Yin Zhaoge had been searching for the dim radiant mausoleum, this person had acted against him, having been made a fool of by the dim darkness sect's Zhou Haoxing. If not for Lin Hanhua's interference, Guan Lied would virtually have destroyed the dim darkness sect. The Radiant Light sect had spread the news that Yin Zhaoge had obtained the dim radiant wheel all over the Royal Reed Sea. Broad Creed Mountain was naturally no exception. It was just that they had been busy dealing with the Grand Xian dynasty, as they had not been able to pursue this matter for the time being. Guan Lied's intentions in suddenly appearing here were clear as day. You are Yin Zhaoge's father? You could stand up for him? Guan Lied's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at Yin Di, able to suppress someone of the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. Rare, truly rare indeed. Yin Di said, You praise me too much. Guan Lied's gaze swept the heavens and earth of the Spirit Inheritance region as he said slowly, I will not say anything else. Give me the immortal artifact left behind by the dim Radiant Emperor, and I will assist your Broad Creed Mountain in resolving the problem at hand. Chapter 874. Hearing Guan Lied's words, everyone of Broad Creed Mountain frowned. The other side was clearly taking advantage of the situation, forcing them to sign an alliance. Guan Lied said neither hurriedly nor slowly, There is no need for you to deny it. A figure appeared beside him. It was none other than the chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Luo Ziyuan glanced at Guan Lied with a complex expression on his face before his gaze fell on those of Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a while, Luo Ziyuan said in a heavy tone, The immortal artifact left behind by the Emperor in the past resembled a wheel on the outside, having 12 holes. The dim radiant lamp was also merged with that wheel-shaped immortal artifact. It is currently with Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge. With that, radiance flickered within his pupils as the scenes of that time appeared. Even Daoist Shi and King Xuancheng's gazes were drawn over. When they had received the news earlier, they had still been uncertain whether they believed it or not. From the looks of it now, however, it was very likely to be true. The dim radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had actually really left behind an immortal artifact after his death, and this immortal artifact had even ended up in Yin Zhaoge's hands. Guan Lied gazed down at Broad Creed Mountain. While it's still only an embryonic immortal artifact, having yet to be completely refined, it is still not something you can possess. Even if it is not me, there will still be others who will come asking for it. Coincidentally, Chao Dongnan admires you father and son very much. I might as well give him some face and hand over the immortal artifact to me, and I will help you deal with your opponents. Hearing his words, Yin Di raised his brows slightly. Our sect can deal with the enemies before us. There is no need to trouble you. Glancing at him, Guan Lied said mildly, You seem to have misunderstood. I did not discuss this with you. I must obtain the immortal artifact left behind by the dim radiant Emperor. Without those of the Grand Xian dynasty present, if you do not hand it over, I will directly break down your sect. It is the same now. If you do not hand over the immortal artifact, I will join forces with those of the Grand Xian dynasty to attack you. These two choices make no difference to me. I have been old friends with Chao Dongnan for many years. Even if he learns of this afterwards, he will not say anything. Guan Li turned to look at Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing. It's the same for the two of you. Do not obstruct me from obtaining the immortal artifact. Everyone could go their own way. If you want to compete with me, then let's fight it out. King Xuanqing knit his brows as Daoist Shi's ancient voice now resounded. Since the star-plucking practitioner is familiar with the southeastern exalt, you should know that we are not people without any background at all. Even amongst our fellow disciples active in the Royal Reed Sea, those here are far from all of us. However, we have only one goal in coming here, which is to destroy Broad Creed Mountain and capture and kill Yin Zhaoge and his son. As long as Broad Creed Mountain is breached, you can take whatever you want. This old man definitely has no objections. After a moment of silence, King Xuanqing said in a deep voice, "We also have no interest in that immortal artifact embryo." Guan Li nodded. "I have a rough idea of who is standing behind you all. However, since I'm here to fight for the immortal artifact, I'll be competing with more than one or two major figures. I already know the risks I'll have to take, so adding one more won't make a difference. It is just that since I just so happened to arrive here as the news spread, I naturally had to make good use of this opportunity. Only then would I have any hope of being the first to obtain it." Guan Li lowered his head to look at Broad Creed Mountain. "It was originally my intention to join forces with your opponents and quickly take down your Broad Creed Mountain. That would save the most time. Anyway, they would not be able to compete with me. On account of Southeast Chao Sake, I gave you a chance to save yourselves. Since you won't accept a toast, I can only treat you to a forfeit." Amidst his words, that massive hand condensed of starlight slammed down towards Broad Creed Mountain. As that massive hand that could grasp even the stars descended, its momentum was virtually about to rip the entire spirit inheritance region out of the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. Yin Di raised his brows as he brandished the heavenly dragon saber within his hands horizontally in midair. The internal organs of his body shook slightly, resembling 5 divinities awakening from a deep slumber. 5-colored light spurted out, transforming into a multicolored mist which enveloped Yin Di's entire body. The next moment, the 5-colored light ascended, condensing on the heavenly dragon saber. As the light circulated, it resembled a barrier which blocked Guan Li's descending palm. The massive heaven-obscuring hand seemed to lose its miraculousness for a time, as it was no longer able to envelop the entire spirit inheritance region as it gradually shrunk to the size of an ordinary human hand. Guan Li's pure white palm extended from within his sleeve, pressing down on Yin Di's saber. He exerted more force with his hand. The numerous stars circulated at an even greater speed, resembling the descent of a meteor shower. That massive starlight hand appeared once more, wanting to envelop the sky once more as it suppressed Yin Di and Broad Creed Mountain beneath it. Yin Di's expression was calm, as his expression did not change. He inhaled deeply, the acupoints of his entire body pulsing as streams of qi surged, transforming into 2 intermingling qis of black and white, yin and yang coexisting in an endless stream. That massive starlight hand dissipated once more, Guan Li's palm appearing in its original form. Guan Li's expression turned slightly more serious. Why does it look like the life creation heavenly scripture and yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear direct lineage? Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing had solemn expressions on their faces as they had already seen through some clues earlier. Now, they were even more certain of it. Still, there was no turning back. Guan Li was determined to obtain the dim radiant wheel. Since he had already made a move, he would not hold anything back. Daoist Shi and King Xuanqing did not just stand by and watch as they immediately led the other Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners in attacking Yin Di and Broad Creed Mountain together. With Guan Li to the 9th level of the martial saint realm making a move, the pressure that Broad Creed Mountain faced was instantly different. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone said from below, "Father, while it is not suitable, why don't you make do with it for now?" He separated the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box from Pan Pan before patting the sword box. The box opened, black light shooting into the skies. Coincidentally, Broad Creed Mountain currently possessed more than a single high-grade sacred artifact. Yet, there just happened to be none suitable for Yendi. The extreme Yin crown could be ignored. The evil sword Tao Tai and the King Xian spear were both not suitable for Yendi. The Cold Sun Divine Saber had yet to be perfected as it was still not a true high-grade sacred artifact. While it could be of use to Yendi of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, it was not as compatible with his martial Dao as the Heavenly Dragon Saber was currently at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. The only thing he could use was the Extreme Yang Seal. Firstly, he would have to spend some time cultivating in the Extreme Yang Scripture. Secondly, Yin Zhaoge would have to use it in secluded cultivation as it had been brought down to the vast ocean world and was currently not at Broad Creed Mountain. Yin Zhaoge had asked Yin Di if he wanted to make do with it for now. Still, even so, the evil sword Tao Dai would still be able to display more power in Yin Di's hands and in the hands of the Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan. While Yin Di was famed beneath the heavens for his saber, he was proficient in sword arts as well. He was one of the few people of Broad Creed Mountain who was proficient in all the 8 extreme arts. These included the Great Heaven Earth Sword and the Big Dipper Sword. His saber intent was displayed with every movement he made, resembling the roiling momentum of the heavens and the earth as it was unstoppable. It was displayed to the point of perfection with the saber. It could also be used with the sword. It was just that the concept of the evil sword Tao Tai was completely different from Yin Di's saber intent. Still, as a high-grade sacred artifact, the sword itself possessed great power. The two combined would still be extraordinary. Yin Di shook his head. No need. He descended. Seeing this, the Northern Ocean clone retracted the King Xian spear, using the even stronger evil sword Tao Tai to replace Pan Pan's original position. Yin Di descended, establishing the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation alongside Yuan Zhengfeng, the Northern Ocean clone, and Feng Yinsheng. To be continued. Chapter 875. The Tai Imperial Breaking Formation controlled by Yin Di was much more powerful than the one controlled by Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Even though Daoist Shi had activated the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, it was difficult for him to resolve it in a short amount of time. Bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation, Yin Di's momentum surged once more. Daoist Shi frowned. The Heaven and Earth Divination Formation was fully activated, splitting the void. King Xuanqing and the others were situated in different regions of space, resisting those of Broad Creed Mountain, who were bolstered by the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation. The two great formations displayed their respective effects. Both sides attacked each other, causing the heavens and earth to shake. Amidst this, Yin Di attacked, each saber faster than the previous as he rampaged through the surrounding area. While he was unable to leave the formation and guard Broad Creed Mountain, under Yin Zhaoge's guidance, Yin Di's saber light unceasingly hacked towards the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation, attacking the Grand Unity position at its core. This time, Daoist Shi controlled the Cyclone Tortoise and personally made a move, also vying for the position of Supreme Oneness as he blocked Yin Di's saber light and ensured the circulation of the Heaven-Earth Divination Formation. However, with his cultivation base, even with the protection of the Cyclone Turtle, he would still be hard-pressed to stand against Yin Di. Only with Yin Di not leaving Broad Creed Mountain was Daoist Shi barely able to hold on. When Guan Lide saw this, a trace of seriousness finally appeared in his eyes. Gazing at Broad Creed Mountain down below, he said slowly, "Possessing such strength at such a cultivation base, it is truly not easy. He is a heaven-defying genius. I pity your talents, so I don't want to kill you all. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand over the immortal weapon or not?" Gazing at Guan Lide, Yin Di said in an indifferent tone, "If you have any capabilities, just bring it on. Why the need to beat around the bush?" Guan Lide looked coldly at Yin Di. "I felt pity for your talent, yet you sought your own death. A person like you indeed cannot be left alive, or you will definitely become a great threat in the future." Stars gathered above his head, and a resplendent crown of stars appeared. In an instant, the starlight in the real sky above dimmed. Between the heavens and the earth, Guanlide resembled the ruler of the stardust as he descended upon Broad Creed Mountain. A ninth-level martial saint wielding a high-grade sacred artifact. At this level, martial practitioners and high-grade sacred artifacts could gradually help each other, vaguely surpassing their previous limits. Yin Di was undaunted as his saber light flew, bolstered by the Tai Imperial breaking formation as he brazenly clashed with Guanlide. However, on the other side, Daoist Shi, King Xuanqing, and the other Grand Xian Dynasty martial practitioners were already attacking together. In the end, Daoist Shi's attainments in array formations were profound, although he was unable to break the Tai Imperial breaking array in a short time. He was able to greatly interfere with the operation of the Tai Imperial breaking array. The attacks of the others enveloped the heavens and covered the earth as they assaulted Broad Creed Mountain. At this moment, Broad Creed Mountain resembled a lone boat amidst the tempestuous waves, bobbing up and down. Even so, their expressions were still composed. Still, they would occasionally shift their gazes towards Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. Guanlide had come for the dim radiant wheel, engaging in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle with Broad Creed Mountain here. In truth, however, Yin Zhaoge himself and the dim radiant wheel were not at Broad Creed Mountain at all. The Grand Xian Dynasty knew this, as Shun Lingzi and Kong Ping had headed to the southern part of the Royal Reed Sea to capture Yin Zhaoge. Guanlide, however, did not understand this, as he thought that Yin Zhaoge had not appeared because his cultivation base at the third level of the Martial Saint realm would not be of much use in this current battle. Feeling the gazes of his fellow disciples, the Northern Ocean clone smiled. The southern part of the Royal Reed Sea, the Phoenix-bearing region. As soon as abnormalities had occurred with the Wound of the Sky here, the person of the Grand Xian Dynasty in charge of guarding over this region, Lord Protector Zheng of the Four Lord Protectors, had hurried over. As he hurried to where the Wound of the Sky was, he ordered people to inform Shun Lingzi, King Xuanqing, and Daoist Shi, who were preparing to launch an expedition to the Spirit Inheritance region. When he had arrived at the Wound of the Sky, he saw that the pillar of light that shot into the heavens had actually still yet to dissipate. The crevice between the heavens and the earth in mid-air had not closed as it was still distorted. Still, it had become much more blurry. A figure stood between the heavens and the earth, bathed in the pillar of light. That was a youth who was garbed in white clothes and a blue robe with black borders. Before the youth was a three-legged pill furnace that was completely purplish gold in color and emanated clouds and mist. On top of the pill furnace, there was a smaller black furnace that was inverted. The two pill furnaces had their lids opened, their mouths facing each other. Just like this, they looked exceptionally strange. Lord Protector Zheng could not be any more familiar with that youth's appearance. Currently, there was no one in the entire Royal Reed Sea who did not know of him. Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge. He was in the vast ocean world before this. Lord Protector Zheng's heart sunk. He broke through space there and saw true divinity, attaining the early seeing divinity stage and ascending to the world beyond worlds. While he was a late seeing divinity martial saint, Lord Protector Zheng was currently unable to relax at all. Yin Zhaoge's battle accomplishments aside, his father Yin Di had slain King Xuanmu of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm upon ascending that year, shooting to fame with a single battle. While King Xuanmu had been injured then, Yin Di's valiant might had still been evident. Being similarly at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, Lord Protector Zheng's strength was inferior to King Xuanmu's, as he was naturally not confident at this moment. He was prepared to monitor Yin Zhaoge from afar, locking onto his movements as he waited for Shun Lingzi and King Xuanqing to come and deal with him. Just as Lord Protector Zheng was pondering about this, he saw the acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body flicker with radiance, the light of fire actually vaguely leaping about amidst the radiance. It was as though numerous stars had been set ablaze. Lord Protector Zheng was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Lighting up starfire? This is the sign of an early-seeing divinity martial saint advancing towards the mid-seeing divinity stage. Still, Didn't this Yin Zhaoge just ascend from the seeing divinity martial saint realm? With just a single acupoint having been refined to see divinity, how could he possibly light up starfire? Unless this person simultaneously or consecutively refined multiple acupoints, shooting up to the peak of the 4th level of the martial saint realm within an extremely short period of time, reaching the limit. Only then would he be able to attempt breaking through the limit, advancing towards a higher level. Lighting up starfire should originally be a matter within the body of a martial practitioner. Outsiders should not be able to see it at all. The disturbance caused by him lighting up starfire is so great. How abundant must his strength be then? Without having clashed, without having come into contact, just looking at this scene from afar, Lord Protector Zheng felt a chill rising up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly enveloping his entire body as though he had fallen into an icy cavern. When martial practitioners were breaking through, they could not be disturbed by others. This was originally the most suitable time to launch a sneak attack. Still, looking at the scene before him, Lord Protector Zheng actually dared not act rashly. The truth proved that his choice was correct, yet also futile. This was because Yin Zhaoge had virtually instantly surpassed the unattainable barrier of countless martial practitioners, stepping into the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. The starlight and illusory flames around his body were simultaneously retracted. Other than his abnormal movements in mid-air, Yin Zhaoge's current appearance resembled that of an ordinary person who had never cultivated in martial arts before. Yin Zhaoge smiled, his gaze shifting as it accurately fell on the figure of Lord Protector Zheng in the distance. Lord Protector Zheng's heart thumped madly as he could only feel that a great calamity was about to befall him. He immediately realized that it would be impossible for him to succeed in monitoring Yin Zhaoge, as staying behind would instead result in his death. Without any hesitation whatsoever, Lord Protector Zheng turned and left. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, not immediately making a move as he first kept the 2 interlocked furnaces neither hurriedly nor slowly. Then he smiled, striding forward. The next instant, he was directly behind Lord Protector Zheng. To be continued. Chapter 876. Yin Zhaoge instantly arrived behind Lord Protector Zheng at a speed that far surpassed his imagination. The great rock spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's royal family's 7 foul-treasured spear could be said to specialize in speed as well. Of the powers active in the Royal Reed Sea originally, only those of the Radiant Light sect who cultivated in the 1,000 illusory streaking light art could match it in speed. As an expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, while Lord Protector Zheng was inferior to King Xuanmu, he was still extraordinary. As he had intended to flee, he had directly used the great rock spear to bring himself flying. Yet, Yin Zhaoge had actually been even faster than him. You are the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng? Yin Zhaoge had previously seen images of the peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty, having already recognized him with a single glance. He could not help but smile, shaking his head. Back then at that branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect, we two met by chance. Still, it was fortunate that we did not see each other then. Otherwise, I would probably be in deep trouble. I would also not be able to converse with you like this now. Lord Protector Zheng's face was livid as he thought that Yin Zhaoge was toying with him. He did not know that not long after Yin Zhaoge had arrived in the world beyond world for the first time with the help of the paper fan, a branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect had been attacked by the Grand Xian dynasty in the end. Back then, it had been precisely Lord Protector Zheng who had led the attack. At that time, Yin Zhaoge had still yet to transcend mortality and enter sainthood, as his cultivation base had been far inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's. Now, however, Lord Protector Zheng was still a 6th level martial saint, while Yin Zhaoge had already reached the 5th level of the martial saint realm, his strength far surpassing that of his opponents. Speaking of which, quite a few years had already passed. Thinking about it now, Yin Zhaoge felt rather emotional. Lord Protector Zheng snorted, "Kid of the Yin family, don't be arrogant. Even though your cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds now, you are still too inexperienced. Many of my grand Qian dynasty's ancestors have returned to the royal reed sea this time, sweeping through all beneath the heavens. Already cannot be stopped. He said hatefully, even if you immediately turn tail and flee now, attempting to flee from the royal reed sea, you might not be able to get what you want. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. You are hinting to me that even if I kill you, it would be useless. I might as well just let you go, hurriedly turning around and fleeing for my life. Saving some time, I might even be able to live a little longer. Having his thoughts seen through by Yin Zhaoge, Lord Protector Zheng's expression changed slightly. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, retracting his smile as he said earnestly, from a certain perspective, it is only today that this yin has truly arrived in the world beyond worlds. Settling the enmity between me and your grand Qian dynasty shall be this yan's first battle in the world beyond worlds. Looking at Lord Protector Zheng, Yin Zhaoge said calmly, starting with you. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge raised his palm, directly flipping it over and slamming it down towards the top of Lord Protector Zheng's head. Lord Protector Zheng shouted angrily. How could he resign himself to death? He immediately retaliated. However, accompanied by the descent of Yin Zhaoge's palm, Lord Protector Zheng could only feel as though the sky before him had directly collapsed, the heavens and earth spinning in reverse. This terrifying power that could reverse heaven and earth directly locked him in place, completely unable to shift his body. The true essence turned into raging flames that soared into the sky, but in the next instant, it was immediately extinguished. Even the heavens and earth were overturned, let alone a few flames in this world. Lord Protector Zheng's eyes looked on the brink of imploding as he saw Yin Zhaoge's palm descending, yet he was unable to muster any strength, even being unable to evade it. If one were to say that many opponents of Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal had been mentally intimidated by Yin Zhaoge's fist intent earlier, now, Lord Protector Zheng really seemed like he was facing a terrifying calamity of the heavens and earth overturning in reverse. However he resisted and evaded, he was unable to avoid this palm of Yin Zhaoge's. A boom resounded as Yin Zhaoge's palm mightily descended. The mid-grade sacred artifacts and low-grade sacred artifacts that Lord Protector Zheng carried had not even been able to display their effects when the crown of his head had already been shattered by Yin Zhaoge's palm. After slaying his opponent with a single palm, Yin Zhaoge no longer looked at him as he just casually kept Lord Protector Zheng's treasures before throwing them all into those two interlocking furnaces. Next, Yin Zhaoge directly strode off in the northwest direction towards Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region. He was swift as he instantly traversed the endless ocean. After walking for a while, Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly as he gazed into the distance. He saw a sword light chopping over towards him. The sword light resembled a long river of time, vast and mighty as it never ceased. The radiance was not bright and bright as it was even mild as water. With a sword light past, however, the heavens and the earth were all pale and blurry. The newcomer's voice contained infinite hatred as it resounded one word at a time. Yin, Zhao, Ge. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. Kong Ping, you've come at the right time. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Grand Qian dynasty's Shunling 10 Swords, the former #1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea, Kong Ping. Due to Madame Kang's death, they had become sworn enemies. Afterwards, Yin Zhaoge had sent him plummeting into the deep black hole formed of the Tao Ye's remnant body at the bottom of the clear scenic region. Several years later, he had finally escaped. All his fury and hatred had transformed into a cold, resolute killing intent at this moment. While Kong Ping's face was expressionless as no anger could be seen on his face at all, his voice caused a chill to run down one's spine. Yin Zhaoge, there's no Lin Hanhua to protect you this time. If the Shadow Mountain Sword King had not acted that year, you would not have been able to keep me here. Yin Zhaoge met Kong Ping's gaze, smiling. Rather, I wonder if anyone will be able to protect you today. When my father first ascended to the world beyond worlds that year, He once said that it would truly be a joyous thing in life to have an expert as a sacrifice. I share the same opinion as my father on this. He stood in midair, his hands behind his back as he tilted his head slightly to look at Kong Ping. Oh, there's still a slight difference. My father was a sacrifice to the saber, while I was a sacrifice to the sword. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Kong Ping did not waste words as he directly stabbed out with his sword. I will not sacrifice you to my sword. I will sacrifice your head to my wife. Having been trapped in the black hole at the bottom of the clear scenic region for many years, Kong Ping's sword had not become dull. His time-flowing sword was just like when he had wanted to kill Yin Zhaoge for the first time that year, possessing a shocking momentum and sharp sword intent. Everything was even more than that. Yin Zhaoge did not conceal his cultivation base at all. At first glance, Kong Ping could vaguely tell that Yin Zhaoge was actually not just at the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Instead, he had shockingly attained the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. That youth who had only been able to flee for his life beneath his sword that year was already not far from his current cultivation base. Meanwhile, how terrifying must the strength of this youth who had always presided over most others be now? Kong Ping was unable to tell. Still, no one could stop him from avenging his wife's death. He and Yin Zhaoge were absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, his choice was to immediately attack with all his might. Not only did he use his full strength, but he also activated the high-grade sacred artifact, the cloud-revolving heavenly light sword. With the support of the sacred artifact, Kong Ping, whose strength was already outstanding in the first place, was already close to that of his grandmaster, Shun Lingzi. With a single slash, the world in front of him turned into a void turbulence. Yin Zhaoge looked at this enemy whom he had once had to use all of his abilities to deal with empty-handed, an enemy whom he had not been fully confident of being able to withstand. The Sword of Time, Yin Zhaoge chuckled. The flow of time is indeed one of the most powerful existences in this world, able to change many things. The two interlocked cauldrons appeared. With a light pat, the internal crystal furnace separated from the profound sky purple-gold furnace. Within the internal crystal furnace, streaks of purple light shot into the sky as a dark green bamboo cane slowly rose from within. It was divided into 7 sections and was 7 feet long. To be continued,